Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway for the 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500 Vintage Racers, presented by the Vintage Racer Group and also Summit Point Motorsports Park. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. We've also got Spencer Gaynor here helping us along the way, and we're going to be bringing you the action all weekend long, today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Spencer, why don't we throw up the schedule, give everybody an idea of what we've got coming up here. This afternoon, we're going to be starting off with sprint races for actually 8 different race groups, Brian. We're going to be looking at initially, and we'll talk about them in just a few moments, the IMSA RS machines and SCCA TransAM 2.5 machines are going to start the day off. We've got lots of sports cars. We've got sedans. We've got a huge field of Formula Fords here this weekend as part of the Formula Ford Challenge Series. So large, in fact, that we've got to split them up into 2 different groups here. And we're going to be running about a half-hour races here today. It's actually going to turn out to be about 12 laps apiece. And then tomorrow, we're going to be running sprint races again in the morning, some longer feature races in the afternoon, and then, of course, on Sunday, what so many racers look forward to, we've got 1-hour-long enduros. That is going to be starting on Sunday morning and then running right up until about lunchtime. And that's going to be our coverage here for the weekend, Brian. So first off, I guess I probably ought to say, hi, how you doing, Brian?
I'm doing fantastic. It's different being here on a Friday.
Yes.
First off, and the plethora amount of cars out here, as Spencer laughs at me. Don't ask me how to spell it. I can only pronounce it. This is exciting. I've never been here for the Jefferson 500, so this is really exciting to me to see this paddock. If you're not here, you're missing it. You've got to come out at some point. If you're pretty close, come out here for the weekend. There is an abundance of cars. Again, not going to spell it.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brian, when I came into the paddock yesterday as we started setting up for this weekend, it really surprised me because I haven't seen Summit Point Motorsports Park this full for a road racing event in almost 20 years. We've got somewhere along the lines of 250 racers here, 250 race cars, and of course about the same number of entrants here this weekend. And we've got our very first group of the weekend of the event heading out on track now for their pace lap, and this is the Wyer Cup, WYER, for our IMSA RS and SCCA 2.5 liter, the TransAM 2.5 liter reunion, named after John Wyer, who was a race engineer, team manager, and team owner. He won the 24 Hours of Le Mans multiple times, with his first as Aston Martin's team manager in 1959. He had Carroll Shelby behind the wheel of the Aston DBR1, and he later served as the head of Ford Advanced Vehicles, managing the GT40 program. This was in the early stages of the GT40 program before it was handed over to Holman Moody and to Carroll Shelby. But I think he's probably best remembered for his partnership with longtime sponsor Gulf Oil and those iconic blue and orange GT40s and Porsche 917s that dominated at so many circuits and won so many races in the early 70s with racers such as Joe Seifert, Brian Redmond, and Derek Bell. And so the IMSA RS series ran from 1971, Brian, until the mid-'80s, and was primarily for the sporty, smaller sedans, like from BMW, from Opel, even from American Motors Corporation, AMC, and they were very limited in the type of prep that you could do for them to keep the class very accessible and also very competitive, and again, very similar to TransAM's RS, TransAM's RS, and also the B sedan cars in amateur road racing as well.
I tell you what, good to see. We got one. It looks like we have one Opel out here.
Yeah,
right? You just talked about lots of BMWs. I'm looking down. Got a couple Pintos out here. Got some Rabbits. You actually got a Volkswagen GTI starting, kind of up near the front here.
From the later story in TransAM, exactly.
Yeah, Josh Brown in that number 85 machine. So again, a great field of cars for this opening sprint race this weekend.
All right, so we've got the field coming up through turn 8, and I apologize that the first equipment to oil down Summit Point Raceway this weekend
is
our camera over at turn 10, that it's giving us some problems. We'll try and get that fixed and hopefully have it up and running a little bit later this evening. Should also point out that the pace car bringing the field around, that beautiful 1997 Lotus Esprit V8, was the actual kart PPG IndyCar pace car, and it paced both I believe the 97 and 98 seasons. It was the only pace car that was fast enough to pace the field at Michigan International at 150 miles an hour. A little bit slower here today as our field now coming onto the front straight, Brian, and getting ready for the start. And there you go. Green flag is in the air. We'll talk about some of the racers that we have out here. As you mentioned, we've got BMW 2002s, our pole sitter, Steve Byrne, in a 1970 Datsun 510. We've got a slew of Alfa Romeo GTVs out here this weekend, and we even have the beautiful 1966 Yenko Stinger Coupe, one of the beautiful little Chevys. So we'll run down the field here. We're going to give you the top 15 in what was a 31-car field. Starting 15th in the number 188 BMW 2002 Margot Audi. Sean Bullard in his Alfa Romeo GTV, the Duetto Racing Group machine, starting 14th. That's the number 4 car. Robert Isbitsky in the Biscuit Racing BMW 2002. I think I know where he got that name from. He starts 13th. Then we've got Dave Etzinger. Dave is in the Mountaintop Motorsports Yenko Stinger. He is starting 12th in the number 18 car, and he's the fastest of our DPV class drivers. Then we've got Dave Wannigat starting 11th. He's in the number 74 Alfa Romeo GTV. Peter Malling in his BMW 2002 in the Malling Motorsports machine. That's the 102 car, starting 10th. Stephen LeBrun in a Mark I Ford Escort RS 1600, the DSL racing car. Beautiful machine, 1974 vintage. That's the 137 car, starting 9th. Ernie Bello, also in a 1974, this time a Opel Kadett, as Brian mentioned earlier. He started 8th. AJ Ferragonio, who we've seen quite a bit, Brian, when we call the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. AJ is in the CNG Performance BMW 2002 TII, the injected version of the BMW 2002. Starting 7th, Vince Vaccaro in an Alfa Romeo GTV. Starting 6th, Joe Lyles, also in a 2002. I'm not sure if this is the injected or if this is just the carbureted version. It's just listed as a BMW 2002. Joe Lyles starting 5th. David LeBrun in an Alfa GTV, the DSL racing car. It's a 1967 Alfa GTV, starting 4th. Robert Ball in a 2002, starting 3rd. That's the 45 car. You mentioned that we've got a Volkswagen GTI. We've got a 1984 GTI, the very first year that the GTIs were sold here in the United States. Starting 2nd, that's the 85 car. And then Steve Byrne, as we mentioned, in his Datsun 510.
Tell you what, that start, Steve Byrne got a great jump all the way through down into turn 1, put a little bit of a gap between him and actually the 45 of Robert Ball now. Josh Brown going to fall back a little bit further in that 3rd position. I tell you what, there's one name that stood out to me on this lineup, and we didn't get it because a little bit further back.
Sure.
We're used to seeing him up in the front, used to seeing him in that Acura. Now he's in a Pinto. I'm going to have a hard time wrapping my head around that all this week. And Paul Marcone's in that 83
That's
machine.
Right.
I watched him the last time by coming out of turn 10, and boy, he's got that thing. He's got those horses wound up in that little Pinto there, because he's starting to gain some positions where he was. He's crossing the start-finish line now, as the rest of the field is down into turn 1. But I tell you what, he's got them legs out underneath that floorboard, pedaling as fast as he'll go on that.
Yeah. So Paul Marcone's owner of Radial Tire Company, located locally here in Silver Spring, Maryland. Long-time racer, long-time endurance racer, long-time club racer. And nice to see that very quick Pinto out on track. Other notables, we've got Greg Plush bringing out his Datsun 510. Greg is driving the number 63 machine. I've raced against Greg in majors and national racing in the Sports Car Club of America when he is raced in that 510. Glad to see him out there. Jim Karamanis, who is our race director here this weekend with the Vintage Racer Group. You talked about Paul Marconis in his Ford. Jim is in a Mercury Bobcat.
Yeah, did not make the start here for this race.
Now you tell me.
Yeah, I was trying to get you. That's what I was saying, the 0. But hey, let's take a look here. Let's take a look at our start-finish line camera. Getting ready to go down in here if we can. You're going to see as we get down into turn 1, you've got a great battle here for second overall. Robert Ball and Josh Brown. Remember, I said Josh Brown didn't get a good start. Robert Ball and Steve Byrne did. While Josh Brown now has taken that Volkswagen GTI machine, he is right on the back bumper of Robert Ball as they head out of turn 1 and turn 2, start to head up into turn 3. You're going to see it looks like Robert Ball is going to open it up just a little bit more, but as they got through the start-finish line and compressed down, that gap was less than a car length.
All right, so interestingly, and we'll have to see if he's been moved into the TA2 class. I think I mentioned earlier that we had one driver, Dave Etziger, in his Yenko Stinger that was shown as not being listed as a TA2 car, but was in the DPV class. The DPV class is for production cars, production sports and GT cars, if they're under 2,700 cc. And that machine right now is running. Let's see where he is running. He made a good run on the field. He's now up into 9th position overall. So he has made up, I think, a couple of positions. Well, I said he made a couple of positions. He started 9th. He is still in 9th position. So no big change there, but love those blue and white machines there. And as we watch some of these other cars, let's do this, Brian. I want to quickly make a call to the grid for our next run group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 2, Cunningham Cup drivers, please start heading to the grid. Race group 2, Cunningham Cup drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, we also got the 63 of Greg Plush. I believe that is the Brian Downey machine.
Well, he may be in the Brian Downey machine. I mentioned this a little while ago. I raced, the last time I raced against Mr. Plush was back in 2013. He's been racing Datsun 510s for many years. He's owned and run. I believe that Brian Downey has always worked on his 510. So
right.
we check. I saw Brian here. His son Ryan is at Virginia International Raceway this weekend for Hyperfest. But I think I just saw Brian walking the paddock. So we could probably check in here this evening and get the lowdown on that machine. But I wouldn't be surprised if it is the same 510, the same 63 car. And it looks like Brian's. It's white with, with I believe, red stripes.
It looks exactly. It's got the Datsun Dynamics on the back.
Yeah,
so
quite possible.
It could be that they're running it. I'm sure some of our around track reporters will be sending me a message, just as I just got one. The 331 of Connor Creaney. I tell you what, he's got history here.
Yes.
Okay, that car has history here. I don't know about him, but that ran back in the ITC here back in the day. Mm-hmm. So that car has been around for quite some time. So again, thanks to one of our field reporters out there that we have stationed around quietly around the racetrack. Some of them are even working.
And I think we've got one other machine, and I'll have to see because I don't see him listed here today. Let me see if I can get the car number. That might be, and see if that's the number 70 car, because we are also supposed to have Fevid Levinson here racing this weekend from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He's an engine builder. It's been racing now for 42 years, also in a machine that is used to race in ITC, also a Datsun 510, the number 127 car. And again, I don't believe that it made it out for today's race. Let me just double check that. Yeah, I don't see him out in the field here today, but again, beautiful machine. He purchased it just back in October as a shell and already built it up to ITC spec, Brian, from October. This was supposed to be the very first event for that car.
The maiden voyage.
Yeah, and actually there it goes. It just passed the start finish line right there, along with the gray and green BMW 2002 that we just saw pass. So it looks like Levinson is here in the field. Good to see that.
Yeah, David Levinson in that 127 machine.
Yes, correct. Yep.
Just got passed by our overall leader, Steve Byrne,
Yep.
with about 7.5 minutes left to go, or let's see, about an average of minute 30, probably about another 5 laps, maybe?
Yeah.
6 laps. So Steve Byrne's got that. I'll tell you what, he's definitely got that 1970 Datsun 510, Greg. He's got that thing on rails. That thing looks really good coming out of turn 2. And when he gets up in here into turn 3, you see a lot of other cars just start to lose the front end a little bit. Not that 3 machine. That 3 machine is on rails headed up through turn 3 and up through the down the chute for turn 4 and turn 5. A lot of speed going through there. One of these days, we're going to get a little speed camera, and we're going to be able to tell you exactly how fast they take that turn. Nowadays, it's all about data. I'm sure these older cars, I'm sure they're still running data.
All right, and we got a couple pokes in the chat here. I want to thank you all for joining us, by the way. Carl Stenquist said, how about some sound from the race cars? And you know what we'll do?
Vroom, vroom.
Carl, yeah, it's all, well, it's difficult. All of our cameras do have sound. We should be able to pick up some of the sound. I'll see about bumping the levels up a little bit here as the race goes on. It's a little, as you can imagine, it's a little hard here to get all of those cameras set up. I want to thank Bob Lang. He says, thanks for doing this. Super cool. And we've got Jesse Marston says, thanks. Watching the race while doing paperwork wrap-up Friday makes work less painful. So we totally concur. That's why we skipped the day jobs to be here.
I don't know about you, but I got my day job emails sitting here behind me.
Oh, well.
Just going through this. So in between, no, I'm kidding. Actually, I'm not kidding. I do have that up, but I'm just not. I have it blank right now because I don't want to look at it.
And John Russell says he can't wait for the big bore group to get out there. Well, John, you don't have to wait long because our next group, and that's our big bore group. Let's make another call to the grid for him, Brian. Attention in the paddock, Cunningham Cup drivers, big bore racers, please, and that's race group number 2, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Big bore racers, race group 2, please head to the grid.
Tell you what, in this group, Greg, there's all kinds of decent battles going on amongst all the drivers all the way around. It's which is really good. This is a great class to start out with. Is our overall leader now, goes by the start-finish line, Steve Byrne, with just under 5 minutes left to go in this race. But I look back a little bit. We were talking about Greg Plush, talking about Steven Shiposh. You've got Paul Marconi's a little bit further ahead. That gap's probably 2 seconds ahead. But those guys, and Brad Carroll in the 56 machine, a lot of good battles.
All right, and Brian, going down into turn 1 right now, talk about great battles. This is the battle for second overall between Robert Ball in that orange number 45 BMW 2002 and Josh Brown in his Volkswagen GTI. And you can see there the BMW's got the measure of the Volkswagen for the time being, but as laps wind down here and time winds down, very, very good fight. There's another one. I'm going to try and pick it up here. It's Joe Lyles in the number 206 BMW. He's got the Yenko Stinger directly behind, and then another BMW of Ferragonio, and then Wannegat in his Alfa Romeo right behind. We'll try and pick that up as well. And because that battle right now is the battle for 8th overall. And again, Edsinger, I believe, the only car technically not in that Trans Am class, but they've been running more or less nose to tail, Brian, for the last 3 weeks. We're going to try and pick them up here in just a moment. But you're right, Steve Byrne, oh my gosh, he's almost lapping the field.
But you talked about this battle for second place, Robert Ball, Josh Brown. Now it looks like going by the start-finish line, Josh Brown's going to pull out and try to make that pass over Robert Ball as they head down, kind of down into turn 1 right there. You're going to see it on your screen right now, and it does look like that Josh Brown is going to make that pass. So Josh Brown getting faster and faster, especially coming out of turn 10. All
right, here's that battle I was talking about, Brian, as we've got going down here. This is the battle for 8th. We've got the BMW 2002. We've got the Yenko Stinger. We've got the gray BMW 2002 of Ferragonio. Then we got Dave Wanagat as well.
Which BMW?
Well, we're going to see here. Oh, and the Stinger coming into turn 3.
Yeah.
Big cloud of smoke. And I think, unfortunately, I believe Dave Edsiker's Yenko Stinger may have just expired. He's pulled that car off the course very quickly. I want to thank him for doing that. And, yeah, of course, rear-engined car and lots of smoke, Brian, coming out of the trunk there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the through the binoculars. That Stinger just got stung. That kind of, you clearly see it coming out of turn 2. I'm looking down at the racetrack as well with the binoculars. It may have a little bit there, potential, a little bit of oil there. We'll have to see as they go, but it does look like.
And thankfully, at least it's on the straightaway there, Brian, so not mid-corner. He did a very good job of recognizing what had happened and getting that car off course. So we do have, I don't believe we've got a local caution, but should mention that we've got just about a minute and a half or so remaining on the clock here. And I'm getting word that I think we're gonna checker this a little early, that our leaders now who are coming, our overall leader Byrne, the number 3 machine, should be coming down in the turn. There he is. Is that him right now coming up out of turn 8? We're going to try and track him down. I think he's a little bit further down. I think he's, believe he is now coming up, probably up through turn 8. Yep, here he comes now through turn 8. That is our leader, Steve Byrne. He should be, the reason why we're tracking him down is he should be getting the checkered flag this time by. Big gaggle of cars just ahead of him. You can see him coming across the finish line, but all by himself coming out of turn 10. And again, we apologize. We'll try to get that turn 10 camera back up and running. But now coming across the line and taking the win here today in our first race for the Wyer Cup for IMSA RS and SCCA TransAM 2.5 and B Sedan reunion cars is going to be Steve Byrne. Robert Ball in his BMW 2002 holds off Josh Brown's Volkswagen GTI for second. That's going to be your top 3. Stephen LeBrun in the that beautiful RS 1600 Escort. He's going to come across the line and finish just off the podium in 4th. Vince Vaccaro will finish 5th in his Alfa Romeo. Sean Bullard and David LeBrun, Joe Lyles, AJ Ferragonio, and then Don Wanagat will finish 10th.
Tell you what, Dave Ettinger is out of the car, standing up against the fence. So good to see him get out of that car. They're just going to go over there and check that out. But got the rear deck open. Yep. Getting some air in there. So
it's an air-cooled engine too, Brian.
It is now.
It was then too. So it needs a little. And I can't, of course, I keep saying it's a Yenko sticker. It's a Chevy It's a Chevy Corvair.
Yep.
Of course.
Exactly what it is.
And it's a rear engine, air-cooled motor. I'm not going to say anything, to get myself in trouble by there are enough people here to keep me honest.
Yes.
And not. And correct me if I'm wrong, but a great run there. As Jesse Martin says, impressive run from Bullard, moving up 8 positions. That is indeed the case, as Sean Bullard in his Alfa Romeo finished 6th, started this race in 11th position. So great run for him, and a great way to kick off this Jefferson 500 weekend here on YouTube. And before we take a break, if you like what you see here, this helps out VRG more than you know. Yep. Go ahead, give us a thumbs up. If you haven't already done so, go and subscribe to Vintage Racer Group YouTube channel and click on that notification bell. You can find out every single time that we go live, and you'll be glad you did. We'll be glad you did as well. But let's do this, Brian. Let's take a quick little break. Before we do, I'm going to make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That's the Cunningham Cup drivers, our big board drivers. Please come to the grid now. Your race starting in just a few moments. Race group number 2. Cunningham Cup drivers, please come to the grid. Your race is next. And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and we've got our next group heading on out. And who was it they said that they were waiting for Big Bore? Well, here they go. Oh, it was John Russell. That's right. So, John, here you go. We've got our second group of the day. It's the Cunningham Cup, and of course, named after entrepreneur and sportsman Briggs Cunningham, who is known pretty much almost as much for building and sailing his own ships and winning the America's Cup as he was for his road racing. But interesting, Brian. Briggs Cunningham took place in the very first SCCA race, as well as the very first race at Sebring International Raceway. That was, of course, in 1950, where he finished third in class, and he was driving the very first ever Aston Martin DB2 Vantage. Of course, he was an early member of the Road Racing Drivers Club, and building his own cars up until 1950, raced for the last time at Riverside International Raceway in his Porsche 904 in 1966. So in this group, you're going to see race cars with the largest displacements, big bore as you will, with Porsches, Pody cars like Mustangs, Camaros, and Firebirds. We've got Corvettes. Although we might have, and I wouldn't consider these to be large displacement cars, Brian, I think we might even have some Alfa Romeos in this group as well.
I 100% agree with you, Greg. And I tell you what, watching them come off of pit road, I saw the 68 Camaro of Michael Dube, and I'm telling you what, when I look at that Chevrolet and I look at that, I'm thinking, that doesn't look like the other cars. That should be racing in a circle track somewhere. I cannot wait to watch this car go around this track.
Well, interestingly enough, that one, and that's the red number 68 machine, was actually, we should have had them in the last group. The last group was for our smaller TransAM cars. And this one raced in the TransAM series, was a true TransAM machine, and in IMSA as well. A 73 Camaro, but let's give you some of the drivers and their cars that are going to be in the field. As we've gotten word that the lights are out on the pace car, bringing them up towards turn 10. And again, we'll get that turn 10 camera hopefully fixed if we have a little bit of downtime here today to get that done. In 20th position, running in the CPV class, and that is for production and GT cars under 3,500 cc. A beautiful, beautiful machine, Brian, a Jaguar XKE coupe, an E-type coupe. We've got Fred Buoni in his Datsun 260Z, starting 18th. Skip Bryan in his BMW 325i, the road and race machine. That's a 1987 machine, one of the later machines out here. Got a number of Porsche 914 six-cylinder Porsche 914s, like the European Imports Maintenance machine of Joe Hoover. He's driving the number 59 car. Nadar Fatui, also in a 914-6. He's driving the 661 machine. We've got another one, Jordan Beal, in the number 6 machine. He's starting 12th. We should mention here, and maybe, when we talk about sports sedans and sports cars, maybe a bit of an oddball in this field of of Porsche 914s, 911s. I think we might even have a 912. We've got a BMW 3-liter CSL out here as well. We've got Alan Mitchell, who is driving his 1988 Alfa Romeo Milano Verde. Neat to see that four-door Alfa Romeo sedan out here. That's the 183 car. He starts 13th. Brian, our good friend Philip Ackley, driving his 1977 BMW 323, the preferred commercial assets machine. That's the 41 car. I believe it's a beige or tan color.
So white and black, actually.
Yeah, with black. He starts 11th. Chris Kazi starting 10th in his Golden Age Spirits Porsche 914. We mentioned a couple 911s in the field. We've got David Dean starting 9th. In the number 153 car, Scott Bresnahan and Doug Hagopian starting 6th and 5th. Scott's in the Good Hands Racing machine. Douglas in the High Fire Industries machine. We've got, we mentioned Michael Dubé in the 73 Chevy Camaro. He starts 4th overall in the 68 car. And then let's look at our top 3. Jim Lenahan starting 3rd today. He's in the number 3 Porsche 914 1976 vintage for Vintage Racing Services. And for those of you that joined us early in the stream, and we had that little countdown timer for when we were going to start, you saw that beautiful white with red candy stripe, I would call it almost. 1971 BMW 3-liter CSL. That's Clark Ostrom's machine. He started 2nd today. He's in a car number that I love because it's the same car number I run, number 72. By the way, Bill Stoller, who does a lot of the photography for a Vintage Racer Group, took that photo, also took the photos that we've used for all of our different screens here today as well. I want to thank Bill. And our pole sitter today was Michael Ballo in his 1974 Porsche 911. That's the 135 machine.
Clark Ostrom in that 72. He's well out in front right now. You talked about Bill Stoller. Bill Stoller went through their driver's school yesterday.
Yeah.
And I asked him this morning, I got to see him on the way up here, and I said, so, how was it? And he goes, I'm telling you what, I haven't come down yet.
That's right. So Bill was out for the Vintage Racer Group driver's school in a Spec Renault, the predecessor to the Spec Racer Fords and SCCA Club Racing, before Renault left the U.S. market, and Ford stepped in and offered up their drivetrains to SCCA Enterprises. The Renaults, the same engines that were used in the Renault Encore and Alliance were used in those Spec Racers. Very much the same chassis and suspension types that are still used today in Spec Racer Ford racing as well. But we'll hopefully get, maybe we'll get Bill, if we can get him out from behind the camera lens, get him up into the announce booth here sometime this weekend, and we can talk to him.
We'll talk to him about the about what he went through.
All right, so it looks like the 122 machine, Brian, has just come onto the pit lane, and it would be nice if I had some information on the 122 car. Unfortunately,
I do not see. I do not see that listed. I'm not seeing it even in the on timing and scoring. Maybe that's why he came in.
Yeah, exactly. The ghost car.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, Brian. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 3, Marlboro Cup drivers. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Marlboro Cup drivers, race group number 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. So, we've got here, Brian, some really great equipment here in the field. We've talked a little bit, obviously, about the Camaro driven by Michael Dubé. If we take a look here, we've also, let's talk a little bit about Clark Ostrom's machine. And he said it is a true matching numbers CSL made into a Luigi UFO clone, which is the paint scheme there. He's tried to put everything as close to possible. Clark has a long-time racer. He raced motorcycles, Brian, from 1985 and then into 1990. But much like everybody else that I know who starts off racing motorcycles, the next stop is car racing because
well, duh.
yeah, because there's a reason why we call them cagers or call us cagers. Clark's been racing for over 30 years now. A couple of the Porsches that we have out, for example, Peter Borman. Well, actually, he's not one of the Porsches. Peter Borman in a 1973 Ford Capri. I believe he is out. We'll see if he is out here. He did not go out for qualifying this morning. Indeed, he is, and he's currently running 28th overall. That Ford Capri, beautiful, beautiful machine. He started the build back in 2009. He said it was originally a 4-cylinder machine. It's got the 6-cylinder Ford motor in it now, and Peter used to work for Tivy Shenton. For those of you who don't know Tivy, longtime member of the Vintage Racer Group. We're going to talk probably a little bit more about Tivy tomorrow, but Peter Borman out of Richmond, Virginia.
I'll tell you what, Greg, let's talk about what we're seeing right now on the racetrack on this stream as well, because you've got Michael Dubé in that 68. When was the last time you saw this? Now, early, way back, probably before my time, and I say that just because I am just as old. You've got a Chevrolet Camaro battling a Pontiac Firebird for second place overall in this, but then you've got to look back from third all the way back to about ninth place, all Porsches.
Yeah.
Right? So this just shows you this class is so evenly balanced with all these cars, different cars. You've got a Camaro, you've got a Firebird, you've got Porsches. Now let's throw in, you've got another, you got a Corvette in there in the Tim Cotter machine in that 133.
I was just going to ask, Brian, or not ask, but I was just going to mention there are a couple people in the chat that are asking about the couple different Corvettes that we have out there. The Silver C2 Corvette, this is for Jesse Marsden. That's Tom Cotter. It's a 1964 model, and it is the 133 car. He is in the silver one, and then I think he wanted to know about the white Corvette, and I believe that's George Lademan, the 21 machine.
Yeah, he just went by the start-finish line now. So
yeah, that's George Lademan. That's a 1970. We do have another Corvette in the field. That is Joe Foley. Actually, he did not make it out. Joe Folia, who we've also seen race in SCCA Club Racing in a C3 Corvette, a 69 Corvette, but unfortunately did not make the start for today's race in the number 5 machine.
Yeah. Coming up on about 8.5 minutes left to go here in this Cunningham Cup drivers. So should be a fantastic finish, like we talked about. Clark Ostrom in that 72 machine. He's just now coming across the start-finish line and heading down into turn 1. And then you got to drop back. It's about 4.5 seconds. You got a 4.5 second lead over that Michael Dubé in that 68 Camaro, and then you got to go back to the 371 of Kevin Ferrum in that Pontiac Firebird, a little bit further back. But I tell you what, he is now caught up to as we come out. Spencer, let's go ahead and pick up coming out of turn 2 right now. That Dubé and that Ferrum machine, that is a great battle. So it looks like that 371 is starting to make his move as we start to wind down on time right here, Greg.
Yeah.
To try to get that second overall here.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 3, Marlboro Cup drivers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Marlboro Cup drivers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. And Brian, another race that I've been watching here, and it's not a race in class, but has been very good for quite some time here. Matter of fact, it's just started to open up, and I think they've just now crossed the start-finish line. It was Nader Fartui in his silver Porsche 914, and then directly behind we had the silver. We had the Datsun 240Z, the red and black number 707 machine. I think they're just coming through turn 1 now. That has opened up considerably. So we'll take a look here as I think they were just heading into turn 3. But let's look through the field here. I think what I'd like to track, if we can, Brian, is let's see if we can find that silver 70 Corvette of George Lademan. He's got Keegan McGregor's BMW 325, and then Ron Cheka's BMW M3 directly behind. Now, those two cars, those are, I think, SCCA Club Racing cars from Improved Touring. Obviously, probably not quite the horsepower that you're going to find in your garden variety C3
Correct.
Corvette. But we'll try and track them down. Actually, I got a better race for you, Brian. We are tracking right now, going across the start-finish line, Greg Smith in his Ford Mustang, the number 66 machine, and then we've got Corey Barrick in the 3031 Ford Mustang as well. These are both 66 Mustangs. Greg was in probably, I would assume it's probably a 6-cylinder model, given that it's a TA2 machine. And then we've got Corey Barrick in the TA Mustang. They should be coming out of turn. They're actually coming through turn 3 right now, and right behind them, let's add another Ford to the mix. As we've got Peter Borman in his right. 73 Ford Capri there as well. We talked about Borman a little bit earlier.
So we get our Porsches all racing together. We've got our Fords all racing together. I'll tell you what, the 331 there. You were talking about Corey Barrick. I tell you what, a lot of smoke coming off that left side of that car, especially coming out of going down through the start finish line, but really coming out of turn 2. So I'm not sure if he's got a tire rub or not. It really only seems to affect right in there, as we got one car coming down on pit road. We'll have to see who that is.
It looks like one of our Porsches 914s. Yeah, we'll try and get the number here.
It looks like the number 17. So,
indeed, it is.
That'd be Jordan Bell.
Yep. So Corey Barrick, the driver of that Ford Mustang that we were just talking about, the 33 car. He says he's owned that car now for 24 years. He built it from scratch himself. He's only been racing for 4 years, but certainly. It's nice to see him bring it out onto the racetrack. So, Brian, are we tracking?
Yeah, Greg, I'm going to jump back up here to the lead here because it looks like Ostrom may be having some problems here. As it now looks like Michael Dubé is going to be right on the back bumper coming out of turn 2. So I'm not sure if Ostrom is having some brake issues going to certain parts of this racetrack. But it does look like where that was a 4.5 second lead at one point, that's down to 1.1 last time by.
Indeed, and Ostrom that last time by turning in a minute 27.6, almost a second and a half off of his fastest lap of the session. Just at the same time that Michael Dubé, you'll notice from the timing and scoring on the left-hand side of your screen, where the times are in purple, that's because he just set the fastest lap time of the session at more or less a 126 flat. We'll call it a 126.1. So he is definitely closing things down. And I'll tell you, Brian, Kevin Farnham in that Pontiac Firebird in the 371 machine, he's not that far off right now.
No, he is not. He has definitely made some gains, but especially coming out of turn 10 last time, when I was watching Clark Ostrom, when we jumped back to that, to the battle with the lead, Clark just not getting through turn 10. Now, that could have been because there was some traffic kind of in the way, but he's kind of opened that up. We'll see what that gap is now. It's definitely going to be larger than 1.1 as they cross the start-finish line. Now, there goes Ostrom, and now that gap's back up to 2.9. So where it could have been, he just got stuck in behind some traffic, not able to get through it on the backside, which actually helped propel Dubé to close that gap last time by.
All right, Mark Schindel, and you're absolutely right, Mark. He says we're calling out car numbers, but our viewers, as they're watching these cars go by, they're having some trouble picking out the car numbers, and a lot of that owes to the cameras that we're using. We apologize. And that's why we're trying to give you
we'll give some colors
and what have you as well on these beautiful, beautiful machines that we have here out at Summit Point Raceway this weekend. All right, so Brian, time is winding down. We've got a little bit under 2 minutes on the clock. Let me make a final call to the grid here for our next group, although we got a lot of folks raring and ready to go up there. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. That's the Marlboro Cup. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Marlboro Cup drivers, please head to the grid. And Brian, coming down into turn 1 right now, we see this great fight. I wouldn't call me a Jaguarophile, but we are watching right now Greg Hagopian in that beautiful bright red 63 Jag E-Type coupe go down. And, I always tell everybody that the way I got into racing and the reason I got into racing is my father, when I was growing up, my early days in Brooklyn, my dad had a Jaguar XK120. And the only memory I have of living in New York was being on his lap in the garage as he let me press the starter button and bring that thing to life. And just those straight 6 Jaguars, beautiful, beautiful sound, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, I was going to say, I think we're working our last lap here as Clark Ostrom now goes through turn 3. But you're right, Greg. I think that, the machine that you were talking about, that looks like that should have a number of a 007 on it.
Yes.
Maybe paint it silver next time. But, yeah, no, love the color in that 131.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous-looking machine.
Yep.
All right, so as you mentioned, we are working last lap. Hard to miss our current leader now in that beautiful BMW CSL, the red and white machine, the 1971 car that owned by Clark Ostrom, and he has Michael Dubé and Kevin Farnham very close behind. We're going to have them coming out of turn 10 here momentarily as they come up the hill and towards turn number 10 and onto the front straight. There is Clark Ostrom all by himself. He's got, wow, what a battle directly behind with Michael Dubé and Kevin Farnham trying to battle it out for second. So it's going to be Ostrom taking the win in his CPH BMW. Michael Dubé and Kevin Farnham battling it out for TransAM supremacy. It's going to be the Camaro today. We'll see what happens, and they go back racing tomorrow. But it's Dubé second, Farnham third in his Pontiac Firebird. Michael Ballo in his Porsche 911. Michael was our pole sitter today. He's going to finish fourth in the 74 Porsche 911. Doug Hagopian in his Porsche 911 will finish fifth. That is first and second in the APH class. APH for production sports cars it's supposed to be over 5,000 cc. I greatly doubt those 911s have more than 5,000 cc's. Then we've got behind them Jim Lenahan in his Porsche 914-6. That's a 1976 Porsche 914. He finishes sixth overall. David Dean in his Porsche 911, a 69 911, will finish seventh. Scott Bresnahan in his 1988 Porsche 911 will finish eighth. Chris Kazi in his Porsche 914-6 will finish ninth. Tom Cotter in his Chevy Corvette and the beautiful open top, that silver Roadster, absolutely gorgeous C2 Corvette will round out your top 10. All right, so let's do this, Brian. Let's take another quick little break. We'll come back in just a few moments. Next group up, we go from big bore, Brian, to not quite as big bore. We're going to have the Marlboro Cup up next. This is for our small bore race cars, 1.3 liters, 1,300 cc. And above, and we'll be back in just a few moments from Summit Point Raceway. You are watching the 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Motorsports Park. Welcome back, everybody, to, I was about to say Virginia International Raceway, Summit Point Raceway.
You'd be in the wrong track.
And the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by Vintage Racer Group. Also should mention, Brian, real quick, this broadcast today and all weekend long being brought to you with technical assistance from the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. So next group heading out is what we're calling the Marlboro Cup, of course, known and named after what was simply known as Marlboro, the racetrack, basically the predecessor, I would call it, the Summit Point Raceway, located in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, just outside of Washington, D.C., in Prince George's County. Opened in 1952, Marlboro started life as an alt-dirt oval track, but transformed into first a paved oval and then a road race course. The SCCA, as well as NASCAR and other organizations, raced there, with luminaries such as Roger Penske getting their start at what was known as the Grand Lady of the East. And although Marlboro closed in 1969, you can actually still see vestiges of it when you leave the Washington Beltway and head on to Route 301. And so this group, Brian, we're going to see some of the smaller sedans and sports cars with engine displacement over 1.3 liters, as we mentioned before we went to break. We're going to see some Triumph TR4s, 4As, GT6s, BMW 2002s, some more Porsche 914s, and we're going to see some more modern vintage cars, Mazda Miatas, which the oldest of which, Brian, are now 35 years old. Would you believe it?
I tell you what, we also got one of those sports racers out there, Robert Anderson, in that 78 machine. But you're right, you've got, I'm seeing a lot of Miatas. I think one of them, and I'd like to get clarification on this, Thomas Levy. I don't know if he's got a camera on the back, if he's doing some radio stuff in there. He's got a huge antenna on the back. You know what that is? It's a 360 degree camera, and maybe
that
he was
way
doing his F1 testing.
Very much so. This way he can get information on every competitor that he has on the racetrack and see everything that he does in the car all at the same time. All right, so let's take a look at some of our drivers out on course. Our pole sitter today is going to be Henry Fry. He is in a Triumph TR250. That's the BDI vintage Triumph racing machine. That's the number 29 car. Starting on the outside of the front row, that's Dave Biegert. Dave is in one of our SCCA Spec Miatas, 1990 edition. Mike Moore in his Triumph TR4 is going to start on the inside of row number 2, the 167 machine. Got to put another Porsche 911. This is from right outside basically right behind the track over here, Performance Auto Works. Billy and Rich doing their handiwork for Lenny Stahn. Lenny is driving a 1970 Porsche 911. And then one of my favorites here is we've got a start that's been waved off, Brian.
No, actually, we're going two pace laps.
2 pace laps for this
Two
group?
pace laps for this group here.
Excellent here. So good to know. We've got Gary Jefferson in his Volvo P1800. Love P1800s. It's a 1962 edition. We've got Michael Kurtz and Scott Jansen. Kurtz is starting 6th. He is in a Triumph TR6, the Good Parts Incorporated machine. And then starting 7th, Scott Jansen in a Triumph GT6. And here's a bit of a machine that you don't see many from this manufacturer in the United States. It is a TVR Vixen, a 1970 TVR, driven by Michael Zappa. That's the 57 machine. He starts 8th. Justin D'Antonio in a Mazda Miata, 1990 Mazda Miata. Craig Seifert starting, and Justin starting 9th. Craig starting 10th, so that'll be row number 5 in a Mazda Miata. David Bain in the Sky Dusky Motorsports Miata. He starts 11th. Kevin Malling in a Porsche 911E. It's a 2.4-liter machine, a 1971 911. He is going to start 12th in the CP and is in the CPV class. We've got a couple more Triumphs. We've got the Triumph TR4A, the 67 TR4A from Blacksmith Racing, driven by Chuck Gee. Jason Suki in his JS Performance Motoring Triumph GT6. Got a couple more Mazdas looped in here. Let's take a look. We do have Stuart Grimshaw. He's starting 16th today in an MGB. We've got Michael Lawton in an 1973 Alfa Romeo Spider. He starts 17th. Let's take a look here. We've got a couple more smatterings of MGBs in the field. Corbin Sunderman will start 20th in the CB group, 1969 MGB.
Looks like our 57, our Vixen, came down pit road. Now going back out. So,
well, now we don't have any TVRs in the field.
Well, no, we do. He came down pit road and then went back out. Maybe he wants clean air.
That could very well be. We've got Ian Ditson, who is driving a Porsche 912. Good to see a 912 out here. And here's a surprise. And I saw him on the front straight, Brian, as our leaders are coming out of 10, about ready to take the green flag here. Craig Bucher in his 1985 Toyota MR2, and known Craig for many years, has raced in SCCA IT racing in that very same MR2. All right, green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point. These are for our small bore cars, 1.3 liters and above. If you ask the Mazda Miatas, they may be the big bore, the big bore entries here. Yes, they've got 1600cc motors, although I believe the 1800cc entries are allowed to run with us here this weekend, but I think every single one here, judging by the years, should all be the 1.6 liter machines.
Well, David Biegert in that one machine, he has dropped very, very far back, so he had some trouble getting through turns 1 and turn 2 last time by. But I tell you what, these Miatas, they're going to hook up nose to tail. These drivers, they've been out there, they've hooked up before in other classes and other series. They're going to do the same thing again.
So one of the machines that I want to watch, Brian, as it comes around, because you ask, hey, is there one machine that isn't like all of the others, and that is the Vitesse that is driven by Robert Anderson. I believe it's I believe that one is the fifth car that came into the United States. We'll get a little bit more info on this, but Robert says he's from Sweden, raced his Cobra 427 from 1980 to 1985. Took a championship in 1985. After coming in second in 84, he moved to the USA from Sweden in 1985, and then started racing again with Cobra in the USA. But that beautiful Vitesse, he said it was built in England in 1970, and unfortunately, he didn't send us the full bio, but he says he's got the full history on that Vitesse if we'd like them to come up to the booth so that we can see it and inspect it. And, Brian, I kind of want to see it.
I kind of want to see it as well. I don't know if we can get the car up here in the booth. I wonder if it was,
Well, we see the bio, and you'll be able to pick it out. I mean, open top, the red number 78 machine, very low slung sports car. Gorgeous, gorgeous machine. And there it is right there going through turn 3. We should see him coming out of turn 4. There's the tail end. We'll track him as he comes down into turn 5 under braking here in just a moment.
Yeah, coming down here now. He's going to be in with a mix of cars. It's that that red crimson machine right there, there, kind of behind. Looks like he's going to be behind one of the Miatas there, sandwiched in there with I think one of our MGs. Coming out of turn 6 right now. 6A is what we call it here at Summit Point. There you go. You can see he's behind the red crimson Miata there. So, and again, for that, you talk about when you're racing in other classes with the Miatas, you think, okay, it's going to be hard to see. He's really going to struggle to be able to see around that Miata.
Well, just as much the drivers ahead of him are going to struggle to see him because that chassis is so small and lithe and light. Here as we are tracking as our racers are now completing their second lap. Henry Fry, he is your leader in his 68 Triumph TR 250. And he's got the Triumph TR4 of Mike Moore, the red TR4 directly behind him. And then we've got the Porsche 911, the 1970-11 of Lenny Stan behind there, the Porsche 911 white. Michael Kurtz in his yellow TR6, and I love TR6s, the yellow number 51 machine back from there. But great battle going on so far here early on. Just a little bit further back, we've got running 6th fastest, or not 6th fastest, but 6th overall. We've got the Volvo P1800 of Gary Jepson. It's black and yellow, and then we've got Scott Jansen in his green GT6 directly behind. We have, I believe, Brian, 36 drivers that took the green flag for this group. I mean, we opened up the show saying how many racers there are this weekend, and these fields are just absolutely packed. Unfortunately, Melvin Light in his MGB and David Gott in his Triumph TR4, they were out for qualifying this morning. Unfortunately, they did not take the green flag.
Yeah. Comes our overall leaders now headed down into turn 1. That is the 29 there of Henry Fry. He's already through turns 1 and 2. So we'll pick up here a little bit further back. Lenny Stan in that 894. Tell you what, coming out of turn 2 right now, headed up into your camera. Coming right up into your living room, but he's going to make a little bit of a turn and head up into turn 3. That is a beautiful 1970 Porsche 911. That car just seems to be on rails, coming really out of turn 10 all the way down the front stretch and through turns 1 and 2.
All right, so we'll watch that. As you said, that's Lenny Stan coming by in second, a little bit further back in the field, and actually coming through turn. We'll jump back in just a little bit, as I think we just saw the P1800 come down. We're going to see this field now coming down the hill. Big pack of cars here. If we can just stay on turn 5 for a second here, Spencer coming in, and right in the middle, we've got a couple of our Triumph. We've got a Triumph TR4. That's the second car in the group there. I've been looking at this machine. I believe that's Chuck Gee out of Fountain in South Carolina. Retired driver who's been racing, though, for 30 years. He won the 2007 Kastner Cup, and he was also the 2007 DP class champion in VARA, another vintage racing organization. And he says he got into racing because a friend from the local Triumph Club went racing, and he went to watch. He was hooked. And, it happens
That's usually
so
what happens.
often like that. Yeah.
Usually what happens. I tell you what, I was just getting ready to ask. We talk about that. I was going to ask, where was his hometown? I was going to say, is that any relation to one of my friends, Max
Ski, who works for Honda and SCCA national champion a couple of years ago in STU. He's actually racing at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course this weekend. Chuck is out of, as we mentioned, out of South Carolina. He also mentioned that the car, he's not the original owner of the car. He says it was built and raced on the West Coast by Mike Bruner. And Bruner raced it from 2003 all the way to 2020. Interestingly enough, Chuck purchased the car in 2012. So I guess the last 5 years or so, 4 years, it's time for him to take the wheel of the car.
Tell you what, another car out here that I knew that I had seen before many times. That's the 33 Lisa Pollock.
Yes.
That used to be, and a name from the past, a name from a blast from the past.
Yes.
Kim Radcliffe's car, who used to race out here. So that used to be her car. So again, good to see Lisa out here running in that Miata as well.
And we could tell that used to be one of the King Rat or maybe Queen Rat Miata, be the better way, in the light blue, baby blue color there. So nice to see that car make another appearance here. It's so, much like with Mr. Guy's car, it's so interesting when you see how some of these race cars get passed down from racer family to racer family, and so many people get to enjoy them and get to enjoy motorsports here. Another great machine out there, and I love these cars so much. Jason Suki, who is driving the white number 824 Triumph GT6, currently back in 11th position, and he is, I think, right behind the battle of the three Miatas. We've got I think the P1800 and then the three Miatas. It's actually the battle that we were watching a little bit earlier. Suki in this Triumph GT6. It's a Mark III car. Says that he purchased the car in 2018 from Bill Newman. It was previously raced in the Sports Car Club of America down in the Central Florida region. And interestingly enough, it has a nickname, Brian. The nickname was not given to the car by Jason, however. It was given to him. It was given by his wife, Callie. And this, I think, makes some sense. It's called the damn car. And his accomplishment, Brian, biggest accomplishment with this race car?
Finished?
Very close. 0 rope tows during 2023.
There you go.
So there you go. So now we have jinxed this car.
Well, I'm not saying another word.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't.
Tell you what, let's pick this gaggle up here, and I say gaggle because it is a gaggle.
Well, and it's got Suki. It's Kevin Malling in the Porsche 911, Jason Suki in the Triumph GT6, Michael Lawton in the red Alfa Romeo Spider directly behind him. We've got Stuart Grimshaw in his MGB. Timothy Ritchie in that brand new spank in 1990 Mazda Miata, and Chuck Gee, who we were just talking about, and then Robert Anderson in the Vitesse, all in that one group together, coming out of 2, going into turn 3 right now, and that whole group, Brian, and I think we had the P1800 in there at one point as well. The P1800's dropped back a little bit, but that whole group has been grouped together from the start of this race. Speaking of which, Brian, we've got the start of another race coming up soon. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Lola Cup, our small bore under 1.3 liter and Formula V racers. Lola Cup drivers, race group number 4, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
We talked about that with Robert Anderson, Chuck Gee, Timothy Ritchie, Grimshaw, and Lawton. I'll tell you what, Anderson went through turns 1 and 2 and went to the outside, right? Everybody else kind of stayed the inside. He passed all the way up, really getting into 3. He went from basically, now we'll see if he can hold it next time by, but he went from 17th all the way up into the 14th. Here they come now, I believe, past the start-finish line, and he has definitely moved ahead of that and is now starting to make his move on the Kevin Mailing machine in that 140 in that Porsche 911E. So move Anderson all the way up now, getting ready to battle for that 11th position, may even jump in and put a burden on Justin D'Antonio in that 338 by the time this is done. 17-second gap. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that with 2.5 minutes, but I tell you what, now that he's out in clean air, I'll say, and now that he can see, right? Because he's, got a little bit better vision other than seeing cars in front of him. I don't think he's going to be able to get that top 10, but I tell you what, great run for Robert Anderson, starting all the way back in 27th.
Yes.
Has moved his way all the way up if he can get past the 140 machine there of Kevin Manning in that green Porsche 911.
Yeah, he's basically banging on the top 10 right now.
Yeah.
He's currently sitting 12th, and he's, I believe, our sole driver in this group in the C Sports Racer class here for and the CSR. And again, if he brings us the history of that beautiful Vitesse, we'll know a little bit more about it. But the CSR class is for sports racers and GT built up until 1972. As he mentioned, this one was built in 1970 for 850cc up to 1300cc.
Crossing the start-finish line now. You can see really out in clean air through there.
Yeah, Brian, and we've got a machine that's putting up quite a bit of smoke, and he's in that group right there. That's Stuart Grimshaw. He is in the light blue MGB, 19.6 MGB. Quite a bit of white smoke coming out of that car, and he's now pulled completely offline, going down into turn at number 1. And looks like that car is...
Looks like he may potentially losing that motor just by the way the smoke's coming out at the back of that car. We'll see if he pulls off down there. I haven't seen him come through turn 2 yet, so looks like he did pull off between 1 and 2. Yeah, we're getting
and we're getting word from our flaggers over at Station 1 that he has pulled the car off track. However, that car appears to be done. It was good for him. He recognized it early, Brian, brought the car offline, went all the way down to the inside there and got off the track. And Brian, our leader, Henry Fry, driver of the yellow Triumph TR50, he is working his final lap of the session, or of the race, pardon me. So let me do this. Let me make we'll tell you what, let's track him around. We'll find him and get him all the way to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it looks like he may now just be getting ready to come down into turn 4 and turn 5. We'll see.
There he is. He is the first car going through turn... Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Second car going through turn 5 right now. And Henry just turned the fastest lap of the session, a 129.490. Given the size of these motors, that is a great
pretty
time.
Good lap.
Especially, given the tires that they're running. They're not running the new... We're so used to watching races here at Summit Point, Brian, with the newest road racing compounds and how much additional grip gives them for times. But great race here. As we have a driver, it looks like may have gone off at turn 9, that there's a lot of gravel and a lot of dust there. We'll try and get some information. But our leader comes out of turn 10. He's going to be the second Triumph to cross the line, but more importantly, the first one to take the checker. Henry Fry takes the checkered flag. He's going to win the DPV class. And coming across in second now with his white Porsche 911, Lenny Stan. Scott Jansen will cross the line. He comes third overall, your winner in EPV. In the number 37 Triumph GT6, we then have Michael Kurtz in the TR6 finishing 4th. Mike Moore in a TR4 finishing 5th. Dave Biegert is the first of our ITC cars. He's in his 1990 Mazda Miata. He comes in 6th. Gary Jepson in the Volvo P1800. I said he fell back through the field. My mistake. He went up through the field. Jepson there finishing in 7th in the number 41 car. David Bain in his Mazda Miata finishes 8th. Craig Seifert in a Miata finishes 9th. Justin D'Antonio will finish in 10th. And there you go, Robert Anderson, Brian. He did get around Kevin Molling. He finishes just outside of the top 10, finishes 11th in his Vitesse.
Closed down 5.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Between him and Justin D'Antonio with about 2 laps to go when I talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
So
I would say on the very last lap, Anderson was lapping 2.5 seconds faster than D'Antonio. He had about a little bit over 10 seconds between Anderson and Antonio. Would have needed another half a race probably to get up to him.
Yep.
But still, great run for the Vitesse driver. The Porsche 911 of Kevin Molling, 12th. Kevin Suki in his GT6, 13th. Timothy Ritchie, 14th in a Miata. Andrew Moore, 15th in his MGB. All right, Brian, let's make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we've got a little bit of, we've got a couple cars to pick up here, so we may have a little additional downtime, but let's make that call. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for our Lola Cup drivers. That's for small bore, 1.3 liters and under, as well as Formula V. Please head to the grid. Lola Cup drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And, you know, real quick, before we take that break, just want to ask everybody once again, if you like what you see here today, please, 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 go ahead and give us a big thumbs up. The young kids, they say smash or demolish that thumbs up button, and make sure to subscribe to the Vintage Racer Group YouTube channel. Click on that notification bell so you can find out every time we go live. All right, so Brian, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more sports cars from the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Motorsports Park. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, for the 2024 Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we've got our next group heading out on course. This is the Lola Cup. It's for our small bore cars, 1.3 liters, as well as the Formula Vs, named after the small British manufacturer founded in 1958 by Eric Broadley. Lola has endured for more than 50 years to become one of the oldest and largest manufacturers of racing cars in the world, initially known for its Formula Junior, Formula 3 and 2, and of course Formula 1 cars. Lola started its sports car journey with the T70 in the World Sports Car Championship and Can-Am, big slip of the tongue there. The Sports Car Championship and Can-Am. Built the T600 series for IMSA GTP racing in the 80s, and has built many competitive prototypes for Le Mans competition over the last 30 years. And so in this group, we're going to find, as I mentioned, 1.3 cars with 1.3 liters of displacement and less. The LBCs, the little British cars, sure. Such as midgets and sprites and minis, as well as the Formula Vs. Formula Vs are Formula cars based on the pre-1963 Volkswagen Beetles, and they just celebrated, Brian, their 60th anniversary as a class here just 1 year ago. That was at Pit Race. Of course, we in our SCCA lives have seen Formula V racing for many, many years. There are now, and have been for a number of years, different variations of Formula V throughout the world. And let's take a look here, Brian, at some of our field that are out here for today's race. And hopefully we'll be seeing them all weekend long. Let's give you, we'll start off here in the top 10, where we've got Dennis Lane and his Sprigget, actually Austin Healey Sprite, a Mark I machine, left lane Vintage Motorsports, pardon me. Gary Brebeck in a 72 midget in the Vainglory Racing Enterprises machine. Wonder why he got into racing. Starting ninth, Peter Uzdavinis is in his 64 midget. He starts eighth. We've got somebody called C Timing starting seventh today. He changed
his name, right?
Yeah, exactly. Jesse Darrow in his 65 Spitfire. He starts sixth today. Mike Lawrence in a Caldwell D13. We'll have to look into that a little bit more. I think I've got some information on the Caldwell. He starts fifth. Tom Brown in his Spitfire starting fourth. Rick Haynes in a midget starting third. Another Austin Healey Sprite, 64 Sprite, driven by Andrew Moore, will start second. And David Gusak in his 63 Spitfire will start first as the checkered flag. I hope it's not in the air. Green flag is in the air starting this race. And as you see, we do have a number of Formula Vs out in the field. Let's take a look at a couple of them here. Driving an Autodynamics Mark V is Michael Tapolsi. Did I get it right? Tapolsi. I'm sorry. He came up to tell us exactly.
And you still got it wrong.
And he's on the board. So.
And you got it wrong, but I got it right.
You got it right, because that also, if I got it wrong, we probably don't get paid. Formula Doug Zink, and here's a very important person. Zink driving a 68 Zink Formula V. Great to have Doug here racing with us here this weekend. We've got so many racers in his cars. Colby Trumbo driving a 65 Zink. Keith Lawrence in a 68 Zink for DMS Motorsports as well. We've got Robert Connor, who's in a 72 Zink Z5. And let's see here. Who else? Garrett Craig in an Autodynamics Mark V. And I think that might be it for the Formula Vs, but a good-sized Formula V field here this weekend as well, Brian.
I tell you what you're going to see here, Greg, is with these Formula Vs, these cars, and you and I have seen a lot of them, and this has really become my favorite group across all different series that has these, whether it's the SCC or the Formula racing that they do. You're going to see these Formula Vs look to hook up as close together as they can. But then they're also going to want to get into some of these the larger cars. They're larger for them in terms of, what you're looking at your windshield. that's going to help them with the draft. So, you'll see most of them running nose to tail in this group, but they will utilize to basically pin themselves, and I don't mean that physically, but pin themselves to worry about getting that draft certain parts of this racetrack as they're racing their other competitors, in here. So it's going to be a great battle to watch these Formula Vs intermingled, right? In between these.
And so, I mentioned Doug Zink, and I said, thank you for being Doug was not the person who built all of these mid-60s Zink Formula Vs. Doug is third generation here, and his dad was Bob Zink, and Ed Zink, his uncle, I believe, is the one responsible for building most of these machines. So Bob and Ed here certainly are, I'd say, royalty in the Formula V field. This particular machine here, he said this was actually built by Bob Houston, and it was built starting with a kit purchased from Ed Zink, the manufacturer. This V was successfully campaigned in the SCCA and Brundage Cup Series. It's changed owners several times, acquiring many wins, championships, and records. Past drivers of this car, Brian, and this is pretty important. Bob Houston, Bill Scott, former owner of Summit Point Raceway, and of course a Formula V national champion. Jim McDaniel, Steve Piper, Arnold Langvall, Dave Auld, Kurt Newcup, Bob Tupper, and I knew Bob Tupper very, very well when he raced here in the Washington region. Jen Scott, that's Bill Scott's son, raced his car as well. Steve Oseth and Ed Impink, all of these racers that really just bring back memories of SCCA racing in Formula V to me. So great to have Doug out here. He's from Oliver Springs, currently lives in Oliver Springs, Tennessee. Great to have him out here and racing this machine. And again, so many other entries, so many other Zinks that are out racing this weekend. Really a testament to what his family has meant to Formula V.
Tell you what, Greg, we had a couple cars really, really slow coming out of turn 2. Now they're going to take this cut across road here. Right in between. That's going to be the 40 machine. Looks like that is going to
Butch O'Connor in his MG midget, the little red midget.
The little red midget. And then we had on the first lap down in turn 5, Stephen Herstrit in that 64 in that Turner Mark 3 ended up spinning in turn 5 and continuing. Got a few other calls for drivers going off down there in turn 5 and continuing. But, this group having a little problem negotiating the hill into turn 5. Looks like we got one of our Formula V's coming off now, getting ready to pull on pit road.
It's funny the way you mentioned it. You say you had issues negotiating the hill because Steve Hershert that drives that 64 Turner that you mentioned. He's got most of his racing experience from racing with the Pennsylvania Hill Climb Association. So,
well, he's used to going up, not down.
Maybe not down, exactly. Actually, he's been racing this car with VRG for 15 years now as well. So, but I think he's gotten that car back underway, which is definitely good to see.
Took a lap for him, really kind of 5 or 6, as he crosses the start-finish line now. He'll be heading down into turn 1, but it took a full, a lap to really get the wheels back underneath him per se. But he's used to going uphill, not downhill.
Exactly. So Steve started off 11th with that spin. He dropped back to 31st. He's already now back up to 27th. So he's doing a good job there, working on a bit of a recovery drive right now.
Yep.
Let's take a look and see some of the other folks that we have out here in the field right now. So David Gussack in the White Triumph Spitfire. He is currently your overall leader. Then we've got we've got a number of FPV machines all together running second through 8th right now. Brian, but there's a bit of a gap between almost all of them. Andrew Moore in his Austin Healey Sprite second, Jesse Darrow in the white, green, and yellow Triumph Spitfire running third. Peter Uzdavanis running fourth. He is in the orange MG midget. If we jump back a little bit, though, it looks like a good fight going on right now for seventh. We've got the blue and white MG midget, and then a blue midget. It's Gary Breback and Larry Smith. This should be easy to pick out. The 261 car and the 26 car. So we'll try and pick up the two midgets here momentarily.
I like how you say that. I tell you what, last time by, the two midgets were side by side. Sorry, I can't help say that laugh because you don't normally hear us say that.
Let's refer to them as Spridgets. It'll be easier for you.
You had them side by side going down into turn one, and Larry Smith was able to get up side by side with Gary Breback coming out of 2 and up into 3. We'll see if it looks like they're still going to be coming out of turn 8. They're still side by side. Coming out, you're not going to see it coming out of turn 10, but you will see it when we cross the start-finish line, whether or not they're still going to be side by side. I can tell you they're coming out of turn 10 right now, and it looks like that may be Breback that got back around the 26 of Larry Smith.
It's the 26 car
Larry
and then
Smith,
the 261. So Smith getting around Breback, now moving up into 7th overall. And in that very big FBV class, we've got 15 cars in the class. That is going to move Larry Smith now up into 6th position, as it looks like he's starting to extend the lead that he has over Gary Breback. Now, let's take a look here. I think we've also got, I was going to say we've got a couple more midgets. We've got the red midget of Richard Jefferson, and then the green midget of Niall McCabe. They are running 9th and 10th in FPV, but just it looks like McCabe may have had some issues with that 909 car because he lost, Brian, almost 6 seconds on that last lap and has dropped back considerably.
Yeah.
But let's take a look here because we've got a nice little fight going on with one of our minis and looks like the mini and another midget. Let me see if we can pick out that fight.
I'll tell you what, Greg, while you're looking that up, I'm going to go back here a little bit, and we'll try to pick them up. It's going to be really the top battle here for the Formula V class between Keith Lawrence and Doug Zink. I tell you what, they were nose to tail last time when they came by, coming out of turn 3. We'll try to pick them up. It's the white number 39, and I believe it's the blue and white number 7. We'll have to see if we can't pick them up.
All right, Brian, we've got a local caution down at turn 1. We have what appears to be a Formula V off driver's left coming out through turn 2.
It's not a Formula V. It is a...
Well, we've talked about my need for new glasses, so...
Yes, so again, if you're watching this and you haven't watched our streams before, Greg needs new glasses.
Sorry.
It is a crimson color car. I don't want to say red. It's a crimson color car. I can't get the number. It's an open toe. It looks like one of our MGs.
Okay.
Down there. Very far driver's left coming out of turn 2.
Yeah, it looks like he's all the way up against the tree line over there. And I would suspect that local caution at turn 1 will probably be withdrawn fairly soon. Yeah. They also mentioned how far out of the way he was.
Yeah.
I think that fight that I was talking about, Brian, with the Mini Cooper, I think that might have been the battle for the lead in GPV, but I'll double check that. All right, and we just got word that turn 1 is withdrawing that local caution there, so we'll be back to green flag racing there, and we'll take a look. It's Alex Schaefer in the Mini Cooper, and we had one of the Zinks behind him. And that's actually great, neat. And as coming through I was watching coming through turn 5 where there's our second Mini Cooper coming through turn 5 right now, and I'll try and get the number on that one because I don't see him on my timing screen. I was looking originally at Alex Schaefer, who had David Smith Zink directly behind him, and then just a little bit further back from there, And I think it's Heather Richards. It's actually listed as an MG midget, but certainly a Mini Cooper. Big brake lockup going into turn 5. Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our next group.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for our Donohue Cup racers. Please start heading to the grid. Donohue Cup racers. That is race group number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Race group 5.
Please head to the grid. Race group 5, Donohue Cup. Please head to the grid.
Greg, looking at timing and scoring here and kind of looking down into turn 1, and like I said, I cannot see the number of that car because the front end is. Looking at it where we have, our colors listed, in Race Monitor and looking at the number of laps completed, that could be the red Triumph Spitfire of the 04 of Terry Sofa. Could be.
Yeah, taking a look here. Let's see. We've got the red MG midget of Butch O'Connor only collected 2 laps.
Sorry, it could be the 41 of Scott Kreiser.
Okay.
Because that looks like an MG midget, and that's exactly what looks like down in there. So
the 41
and he's only completed 5 laps, and I know he's been down there for at least 3 laps. So it could be the 41. With just about 3.5 minutes left to go here.
Yeah, and I think the 2 red midgets that we lost, Brian, Butch O'Connor in the 40, who's in the crossover road here between our front straight and that short chute between turns 2 and 3, and then as you mentioned, the 41 car of Scott Chrysler, who is there on the outside of turn number 1. And just got a call come in. Sounds like Thomas Brown in the 64 Spitfire just spun the car down at the bottom end of the course coming out of turn 5. And the 5-0 machine,
Heather Richards,
did not have a lot of room to avoid, and there may have been a little bit of impact there after that spin. So we'll see if the 50 machine can continue. And well, there's our answer. The 5-0 machine, Brian, on the pit lane.
Yep.
And we may have something up over coming out of 3 going into 4. Taking a look.
See, I'm not seeing anything on the camera.
Well, we see the yellow flag out there.
Looks like we have one just off our turn 5 camera. You can see just there, just to the right of our scoring pylon, you see a car. It is a...
that appears to be one of our Formula Vs, Brian. I'll say it's a Formula V, and I'll get it right. And there it is. And from our flaggers at turn 5, they're saying that they can't see both numbers on the car, but they think the last number is a 5.
Not seeing any 5s in there in the Formula V. So
I see Mike Lawrence in the number 6 Caldwell has only completed 2 laps, but I'd be surprised if they just now called that in.
Yeah, no.
But seeing that most of our racers are on lap either 9 or lap 10 currently.
And our leader now in the 88 machine, David Gusak, he is now working his final lap.
Yeah. So white flag the virtual white flag is in the air. They've been shown the 1 to go board. So that is the white 1963 Triumph of David Gusak, who leads the EPV class, and he's just now coming through turn 8 and coming up the hill. There he is, all by himself.
The call comes in the radio, coming out of turn 9 all by himself. So looks like he should be coming out of turn 10 now. We'll pick him up at start-finish line.
All All right, and here he comes. There you go, checkered flag in the air, and taking the win today in our race group in the Lola Cup, David Gusak in the 1963 Triumph Spitfire.
As our camera and start finish line, it's got the heartbeat going.
Yeah, it's like a rave. Wow, look at that, right at the line there, coming back. That was Jesse Darrow coming alongside in his Triumph Spitfire, coming home in third. Andrew Moore finishing second. By the way, Andrew Moore taking the win in that 15-car FPV field. Great run for him in his 64 Austin Healey Sprite. Jesse Darrow in the yellow Spitfire finishing second in class. Peter Uzdavinis will finish in fourth in his MG Midget. Gary Breback will then finish fourth in class. Then Larry Smith. Our winner today in Formula V, Brian, Doug Zink, in his Zink Z5. We talked a little bit about that car. Actually, we'll see him, I think we'll see him coming out of 10 right now. Actually, before I call him the winner, Brian, we're gonna go and look at the start-finish line here, because we've got now side by side coming down the front straight, Doug Zink and Keith Lawrence, and coming across the line and taking the win in Formula V by 42 one-thousandths of a second. Keith Lawrence, Doug Zink will finish in second. What a finish there. All right, coming across the line now is going to be a little bit further back in the field. I believe that this is...
That's the 66 machine of Abigail Patterson.
Yep, Abigail Patterson in the 66 car. Then we've got the 184 Formula V, but great run there. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 5. Donohue Cup racers, please head to the grid. Donohue Cup drivers, race group number 5, please head to the grid. And want to remind everybody that today's action and all of this weekend's action from the Jefferson 500 is brought to you with the technical assistance of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. We want to thank them very much for that assistance. So let's do this, Brian. Let's take a quick break. We've got some cleanup going on here at Summit Point. You can you probably see some of those vehicles coming down into turn 1 now. And we'll be back here in just a few moments with that race for our production and special vehicles through 1960, some of our earliest and oldest cars here this weekend. We'll be back in just a few. Thanks for joining us. right, everybody, welcome back to Summit Point Raceway in the 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Motorsports Park. I'm Greg Ginsburg. I've got Brian Donati to my right. I've got Spencer Gaynor looking right over my left shoulder, and it weirds me out only just a little bit here. But Brian, we've got our next group heading out on track right now. This is the Donohue Cup, named for Mark Donohue, otherwise known as Captain Nice. The New Jersey native who early in his career won the SCCA National Championship. That was in 1961 behind the wheel of an Elva Courier, as well as the 1964 Bridgehampton 500-mile endurance race behind the wheel of an MGB. Mark later teamed up with Holman and Moody and then later Ford to pilot GT40s at Le Mans, and in 1967, he teamed up with Roger Penske, driving his Lola T70 in the United States Road Racing Championship, and then Roger's Chevy Camaro in TransAm, where he won 10 of 13 races in 1968, including the Sebring 12-hour, before the team switched over to the AMC Javelin for 1970. Donohue and Penske teamed up for the Indianapolis 500, as well as NASCAR, where he won at Riverside in 1973. And if that wasn't enough, Donohue, who for years helped develop the Can-Am 917 for Penske and Porsche, drove the 917-30 to a world closed course speed record at Talladega, 221.120 miles per hour, a record that stood for over 10 years. Just a few days later, having been lured by Formula One by Penske, having retired from racing a few years earlier, unfortunately, Donohue lost his life at the Österreich Ring during a practice session for the Austrian Grand Prix. Donohue was inducted into the International Motorsports Hall of Fame in 1990 and the SCCA's Hall of Fame in 2006. And so in this group, and I think this honors Mark's win originally with the SCCA, we're going to see production and special built cars, including what was Donohue's first ever race car, the Elva Courier. We're going to see the Falcon, the Vey, as well as various Ginettas as well. And so we've got the field now coming out of turn 8, heading up the hill towards the bridge here. Let's run down some of our starters here. I'll give you the top 10. Starting 10th today in EPV, driving a 1968 Lotus Super 7 for the race shop, it's Adolf Botafarano. We've got Tom Kurtz starting 9th. He's in the 101 Ginetta G12. That's a 1967 Ginetta. In a 1963 Elva Courier Coupe, we've got Stefan Weissen. It's starting 8th. Starting 7th in the number 27 car, we've got another Elva Courier, this time in 1961 Elva, being raced for B&W Autosport Valley GMC. It's Kenny Williamson behind the wheel. We've got Louis Patitucci driving another Lotus Super 7, the 1960 Lotus Super 7. He starts 6th. Mark Gobble will start 5th in a 1959 Elva Courier. And then we've got a couple more Lotus 7s and Super 7s. We've got Phil Meany in the 007, the 007 Lotus Super 7. It's a 1965 edition. In a slightly older 62 Lotus 7. Tom Upshur, he's starting 3rd. Chris Domingo is driving a 1961 Lotus 7 for Winners Race Prep Shop. And then our pole sitter today in the BPV class, driving the number 94 1966 Ginetta G4, Thomas Grudovich.
Tell you what, you'll have to excuse me. I'm getting the drool up off my microphone here with all of these cars. I'm telling you what, that Ginetta G12 of Thomas Kurtz, that is a fantastic.
Oh my gosh, yes.
So it looks like we're having again more our camera guys have now leaving the scene. So we've lost not only 8, but 10, but our now
turn
8
camera as well.
Yeah, so it's completely down.
All right. Well, if we have some more downtime, Brian, I'll run out and I'll try and get those cameras back up and running here. But we'll make do with what we have as our drivers cross the start-finish line for the very first time here in this race.
Tell you what, Ralph Solomon in that 98 Elva 200 60, he had some problems coming off pit road. I didn't think he was actually going to make it down the front stretch there, but got that thing fixed up. he's starting to come back through the field. So where he started, he's actually gained some positions. All these cars, I feel like I'm watching a James Bond movie here where they're just racing.
Oh my! All right. So unfortunately, none of our Lotus drivers sent us any bio information. So there are a couple things to note. We talked earlier about Bill Stoller taking his driver's school in a Spec Renault here earlier today. Well, we've got one being raced here in this group.
We got two.
Yeah, I was going to say two of them being raced. One of them being raced by Morgan Malone out of Swansea, Massachusetts, a mechanical engineer. His very first year racing. And he said the idea to start racing started over beers in front of a friend's garage. A month later, I bought a race car. And he says this is his very first race. So good luck to you here. And he said he originally rented this car from Old Speed to run VRG's driver's school earlier in the year. And as all of those Spec Renaults, Brian, bright yellow with a kind of a reddish, some red accents on them. He's calling it the Flying Banana. So that's one of them out there. We'll definitely continue to watch that car here as Tom Grudovich in his Ginetta G4 across the start-finish line, complete lap number 2. He's already opened up about a 7-second advantage on the field, but much higher displacement than the two Lotus 7s directly behind Chris Domingo and Tom Upshur. We'll check in with them in just a bit. But it sounds like Ralph Solomon in the number 98 red Elva 200. That's a Formula Junior machine, Brian. He is pulled off now.
Yeah, he's all the way over. It looks like he's trying to get it going again. Again, as I said, he definitely have to. He's definitely getting back on track there. He's definitely got some challenges with that machine.
Yep.
Because coming off pit road, I did not think he was actually going to even make it down the front stretch.
And that's him
on
coming.
Pace lap.
That's him coming to us right now on camera.
Yeah.
Here in that little Formula Junior. So we'll see if he continues on. But good to see him get that car back underway. Let's see here. Try to pick up. So here's a very interesting car to me, Brian, that's out on course. And I mentioned this earlier. The 1958 Vey, driven by Dave Gibson. And this is a very interesting machine. We'll see. And I believe Dave has it out. It's a little bit off the pace right now, running a little bit under 2-minute laps. But open wheel car, silver top with red. We'll try and pick it up and see if we can get it on camera here in a few moments. This machine was home built for a Canadian class. It won championships back in 1958 and 59 and reeled off 24 straight race victories. And here he is. I think he's coming out of turn 10 right now. Let's take a look. No, those are two of our Lotus 7s. And actually, those Lotus 7s crossing the line.
That's Chris Domingo and then Tom Upshur.
Here comes the Vey right now, coming across the start-finish line. Very interesting body work here. And so this machine, Brian, so it was built by Victor Yachuk, thus the Vey Special, and it was restored in the early 90s. It's competed in multiple Monterey historic festivals here. So great to see it also at the Brickyard Historics. And again, very interesting body there. And obviously very hand-built machine.
And it looks like we got Ralph Solomon again out of turn 2, although he's gotten a little bit further there. Either that or he likes to drive that in the grass today because he's back over just out of turn 2. You can see him just off to the right of the camera there, having a problem again coming through there. But Greg, let's go back. You talked about Morgan Malone in that Renault. Bob Anderson in the 63 is also in a Renault.
Yeah, indeed. And so we'll see here, Bob out of, where is he out of? Let me see if I got some information on Bob.
I didn't see that in our database there.
Okay.
To see that, but I will tell you that I think, not 100% sure, and we've got a gaggle coming out across the start-finish line now. Our overall leader, Thomas Grudovich, as he goes down, he's got those Lotuses behind him. But I do believe those may have been part of the class that we had when we have our bracket racing.
Yeah, possibly.
I think those came from that group who was sponsoring that.
Well, yeah. So, Charlie Greenhouse.
Yeah. Exactly. I couldn't think of Charlie's last name.
For years, had run and owned these spec Renaults. Recently got out of racing about a year ago and sold his entire inventory of these cars. And so they have been around for many, many years in club racing. When we've seen them with a number of organizations like the National Autosport Association, with the SCCA as well here in recent years. They're based out of, I believe, the Philadelphia area. So they've made some runs up and down the East Coast, and great to see them out here at Virginia at the Vintage Racer Group event here at the Jefferson 500. Real quick, Brian, as we're somewhere about halfway through this race, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's the Charlie Gibson Trophy Racers. Please head to the grid. Charlie Gibson Trophy Racers. Race group number 6. Please head to the grid. Hey, and Brian, I was looking in the chat, and Rod Pierce, he said it would be cool to have an in-car view from these cars, and I totally agree with you. Unfortunately, we could not get any of our racers to provide any streaming links, but definitely when we do our next VRG event, that is something we will work for. We definitely have the technology to be able to give you in-car views as well, so we'll definitely work on that.
We have another. Looks like our Ralph Solomon. He's gaining on trying to get to the access road because he is pulled all the way up now.
He's chugging.
He's trying. You can't see him. He's probably going to be just out of the screen, I believe, in our turn 2 camera. Well, actually, no. If you look when we pull it up, you can see him right there into that cutout road. So he's gaining on it. But again, I think that could be as far as he goes. Pretty much had problems with that car, Greg, the whole entire time.
Yeah, exactly.
On the racetrack.
Now we do have another Formula Junior out, a 1960 Lotus FJ18. That is the blue and white machine of Vignesh Ramanathan, who is currently running 11th overall. And a good run for him, I guess, in comparison to our driver, who's had some issues there most of the day. But good to see another one of our Formula Juniors with a good run here. Let's take a look. Is Tom Grudovich just past the start-finish line and resets fast lap? But we want to check back in on these two Lotus 7s, Brian. The silver number 11. Actually, before we do, let's take a look. We've got two Elva Couriers since this is the Donohue Cup. Okay, let's take a look. Kenny Williamson right now in his 61 Elva Courier, and then we've got Mark Gobble in his 59. They're going down into turn 1 now, but we'll take a look here. Actually, we'll go back to the Lotus 7 battle that we've been talking about with Chris Domingo and Tom Upshur as they're coming out of the carousel, coming through turn 6B.
Yeah, they had some traffic they had to work around, so they got split up for a little bit. But now that they've gotten back to nose to tail, coming through there, coming out, we'll see them as they get ready to come out of turn 10. Here comes our overall leader, so they're going to be right behind him. But that race is going to continue on. And we've got one car there in the 411.
That's Robert White in his Elva Courier. another, we'll just call it engine problems. Has he pulled off? Did he manage to pull the car off? He has pulled it just off the pavement by a few feet.
That happened right in front of the leader of the 94 machine
of
there.
Grudevich.
Yeah. I mean, literally right in front of him, and he basically had to get on the binders just past the start-finish line to go through there. But I guarantee you, since he really doesn't have a windshield, I guarantee you his helmet got filled up or something.
Very oily. And so kind of hard to see him here on our camera coming from all the way turn one. The access road that he's pulled off at is, I'd say, probably around 300 feet past the start-finish line. And he is just off the track surface by about 2 to 3 feet parallel with the front straight there. So sorry to see that happen. Hopefully they'll be able to get that car repaired and have it on track tomorrow. As many of our racers, they are getting off the pace here on the front straight in order to give deference to that car. As our leaders now coming up the hill, I believe, there we go, checkered flag is now in the air, and Tom Grudevich in his Ginetta G4, he will take the checkered flag. Slightly early end to this race. We'll see, and I believe the 2 Lotus 7s have crossed the line as well.
Yes.
Krista Minko will finish second. He's your winner in the CPV class, runs his fastest lap of the race on the last lap, just when he needed it, and he manages to beat Tom Upshur to the line by half a second. Kenny Williamson and his Courier just now coming out of turn 10 in the number 27 car. He will finish fourth in the number 27. Mark Gobble, a half second behind. He will finish fifth overall. Third in CPV, Gobble driving his Elva Courier. And main difference between those two classes there, CPV is for cars that are for 3,500 cc and below, and BPV is for cars 5,000 cc, 5 liters and below there. And then DPV, like the machine that Kenny Williamson was driving, is for cars 2,700 cc's or 2.7 liters and below. As the cars continue to cross the line, Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our next group.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock, race group number 6, Charlie Gibson Trophy drivers. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 6, Charlie Gibson Trophy racers. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is starting as soon as we do a little bit of cleanup here at Summit Point Raceway. And if you like what you see today, please go ahead, give us that big thumbs up, demolish that thumbs up button. If you haven't already subscribed to the Vintage Racer Group YouTube channel, do that. And of course, click on that notification bell. We can tell you every single time VRG goes live. All right, so Brian, let's take another quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments. We've got 3 more races remaining here today at Summit Point Raceway, and then 2 more full days of racing here as part of the 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500, presented by VRG and Summit Point Motorsports Park. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Motorsports Park and the 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point. I'm Greg Ginsburg. Brian Donati's to my left or to my right, whichever.
To your radio dial, I'm to your left, but to your to your streaming dial, I am to his left.
Thank you.
In the booth, I am to his right. If
I spin around 180 degrees, he'll be on the other side. And we got Spencer Gaynor, who is bringing you all the images here today from a exceedingly cloudy and dark Summit Point Raceway. But Brian, we've got 3 races remaining and heading out on track right now. We've got the Charlie Gibson Trophy. Charlie Gibson started racing in an Austin Healey Sprite in 1959, graduating to a Lotus 23 that carried him to the 1967 Sports Car Club of America G-Modified Championship. Gibson went on to vintage race a variety of cars, including Formula Atlantics and his beloved McLaren Can-Am car, a Lister Chevy, as well as his familiar orange-striped 1959 Lola Mark I. Owner of Sasco Sports, a race prep business based at Virginia International Raceway, Gibson was not only a racer, but an avid skier, serving as president of the United States Ski Association. Unfortunately, we lost Charlie in 2004 to a tragic racing-related accident. The Charlie Gibson Trophy was created in his memory just a year later. And now in its 20th year, the Charlie Gibson Trophy race will feature sports racers such as Lolas, Tigas, and Swifts. And they are on track again right now, Brian, behind that beautiful 1997 Lotus Esprit V8, a true kart PPG IndyCar World Series pace car, served as a pace car for 1997 and the 1998 years. And a beautiful, beautiful race car. Should also mention that this team of we had a team of professional women racers who drove the pace cars to actually pace the races. Their team manager was Johnny Rutherford, of course, an Indy 500 champion, and one of the team members was Desiree Wilson, who raced in 11 different IndyCar events, and technically not a Formula One winner, but she was the only woman to race what should have been known as an F1 race. It was the British Championship for F1 racers. So we'll see here, Brian, as we've got our second field now coming through the carousel. But lots of great information about that race car. It looks like the whole field here, Brian.
Yeah, it looks like we had a problem coming off of pit road.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it looks like our front 3 cars may be doing a split start, and then everybody else is going to be doing a start that they had worked out. But
all right, so let's run down. We've got 3 cars coming onto the front straight now, Brian. Joe Blacker in his 1970 Lola T290. We've got Tom Grudovich, who we saw just a little while ago in a 71 Chevron B21. And then we've got John Thompson in a Lola T91 representing TTO Motorsports. Our second group, which is now very well formed up, coming out of turn 10. We've got Robert Dusek on the pole in a 1992 Duran. We then have both Henry and Sam Payne both driving Lola T90s. We've got Henry Payne in a 1989 T90, Brian.
I tell you what, they're going to go 3 wide with right off the back with, I think, Henry Payne. He's actually going to come out in the lead in this second group, Greg. But, you know, I tell you what, they're still 2 wide behind them. But Henry Payne, what a great start. Or actually, I take that back. That's the 13 machine. That is actually going to be
the 13 machine.
I don't see a 13, but there is a 13 written on the side of that machine.
How lucky.
So unless they've changed it, that may be Samuel Payne. But unless it's a 16, unless I am using your glasses. But I swear it looked like a 13. But anyway, one of the pains, because it's the black and yellow car,
All right,
got one heck of a jump.
Yeah. So let's take a look here. I believe the black and yellow, and that's Samuel Payne. In the they're all
painted identical.
Right, exactly. One is in a black car. Two is another one is in a black car, and I don't have what Henry Payne is, but we think they're all.
Well, here you go. The one side that I'm looking at, they're the same, but one's got a red front. The other one's got a red and blue.
Right. One's got yellow and blue.
So again, Henry's in the 90.
Okay.
And we'll take a look here. I'll pick them up.
And Henry was the fastest driver on the opening lap. There that time around with about 0.5 of a second faster than the drivers behind. Looks as though in that first group, well, unfortunately, nobody told us that Joey Beaujolad, who is in his Ginetta G12, would be in that first group. He's the third person to come across the line. He was with Blacker and Grudovich. As we're continuing to put these drivers together. John Thompson, I think, was the one who had a great start in the 14 machine, Brian. John moved up to 5th overall, and he's in a Lola T91. Here, a little bit further back in the pack to take a look at some of these drivers. We've got, we do have Brian Gernert in the number 77. He's in a Swift DB2. We've got Matt Kane in his Taiga SE84. And let's take a look here. Coming out of turn 10, Brian.
Here's the second group. That's the 13 leading.
Okay.
And then you've got the 90. So one is Henry Payne, who's in the 13.
Right.
The 90 is Henry Payne, the 5th.
Okay. So I'm wondering, since it was the fastest car on track, if the 13 is actually what we're showing is the 14, which is John Thompson.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm fairly certain because Thompson is showing as also being in a Lola T90.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Well,
so that would make sense.
I think that's the case there.
So we got the 90 and then the 116. Those are the Paynes. And then John Thompson, as you said, in the 14.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so we'll continue to track this as they come around. But some absolutely beautiful machines here today, Brian, in this race group. As we take a look now, the first car that we saw in that group as we were following the two Lolas is the beautiful Silva Ginetta G12. This machine driven by Joey Beaujolad. So and again, he was in that first group to take the start. That Ginetta, it was apparently the very first Ginetta G12 imported into the United States. And again, beautiful, beautiful machine here. And he says he races it all over the country. He has been racing now for, So here's a guy who has either a high opinion of himself or he just thinks we've got a very good sense of humor. He's from Sewickley, Pennsylvania, Brian, and his occupation, gigolo.
Oh, love it.
His accomplishments. How much time do we have?
12 and a half minutes, but I'd like to talk about
exactly.
the race.
We got about 12 and a half minutes, but beautiful, beautiful car. I love that Ginetta coupe. Another machine. I'm gonna try and track it down out here. Let's see if we can find. So the Swift DB2. Driven by Martin Hulick. That is the white number 8 machine. We'll try and pick that up in a moment, but more importantly, let's take a look here. As we've got the number 5 machine coming down the front straight, going down into turn number 1. Go ahead, Brian.
We've got a waving yellow down in turn number 5.
Okay.
We'll get the call here in a minute. Looks like we have something going off. You cannot see it even in our turn 6 camera there, so it's got to be in between where the tub is, and now that waving yellow
has been withdrawn.
So we'll see if there's a car slow. We'll see. We're getting the call now. So that is actually Henry Payne, the 5th.
Yep. Spun in the middle of the track there, got the car back underway. But let's take a look at this group that we have coming down the front straight right now going into turn 1, Brian. So we've got Henry Payne on his recovery drive trying to get back underway. But great little fight here I think it's Matt Kane in his Tyga SC84, Greg Miller in his Swift, Steve Constant another Swift, and then we've got Nate Scagliano. He's in a Lola T90 as well. All of these drivers, all within a couple feet of one another practically now, as they're coming, I guess now they're going into turn 3, or actually came through turn 3. They're going down the hill now. But great fighting, big brake lock up there, and that's the Ginetta that we were just talking about, right in front of that entire group, that Ginetta G12.
Yeah.
So the Gigolo, he has a smoke, like a smoke cannon entrance for when he takes the stage.
Tell you what, our overall leaders here, Joe Blacker and Thomas Grudovich, I'll tell you what, they're nose to tail, Greg, and they've been that way the entire race. They're just now getting ready to come down into turn 5 here. You see the two orange machines as they go through there, and then now getting ready to come out of turn 6, going through momentarily. But I tell you what, they were pretty much locked on. There, it looks like we may have lost one of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brian, where there were 2, I'm now seeing just 1. So we'll listen to see if we can pick up anything from race control and from our flagnet and get some information, because just one of them's coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight, and that is that's the 290 machine of Blacker. I think here comes our second one now. Definitely had fallen off the pace just now coming out of turn 10.
That's not actually, Grudovich is on pit road, Greg.
Oh, yep, you're right. Grudovich he is coming down the pit lane now. And so Grudovich in his 71 Chevron now comes down the pit lane. And he's got a little information, probably a little bit too late now for us, but apparently this machine won the South Africa Springbok Series in 1972 with Jochen Maas and Jerry Burrell as the drivers. So again, big history for this machine, but unfortunately it's going to retire a bit early here. And the driver, Tom Grudovich, he's dirt and track motorcycle racing from a young age. Oddly enough, shifted to historic racing cars at the ripe young age of 55. So glad to have him out here. Hopefully he can get that car repaired for tomorrow.
So go ahead, make that call.
Yeah, Brian, real quick. Let's make a call for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7A. That's going to be our first of the Phil Hill Cup drivers. Please head to the grid. Race Group 7A, Phil Hill Cup drivers, please head to the grid.
Tell you what, let's go ahead and give a recap here. So,
all right.
Joe Blacker in that number 92 machine, or in that 290 machine, in that Lola, he's now your overall leader as he was before. Grudovich, as we mentioned, has dropped back. The 16 or 13, whatever number you want to give him, Henry Payne, he is now in second overall. The crimson orange number 14, John Thompson, he's in third. That's your top 3. Again, so where we show on live timing and scoring, again, we got a waving yellow down there, and I think it's because we have some debris down there just out of sight. You can't really see.
And I heard that Greg Miller in his 85 Swift may have been involved. And Brian, we're going to a full course caution for the first time today here at Summit Point Raceway. So we'll run down the field here real quick as we now have gone to full course caution with about 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Joe Blacker in his 1970 Lola T90 is your leader. Henry Payne in his 1989 Lola T90 second. Then John Thompson, oddly enough, in a 91 Lola T91 is third. Currently third. Robert Dusek in his Duran is currently fourth. Sam Payne in his Lola T89 fifth. Brian Gernert in his Swift DB2, and I think that's the white number 77 that is out on track. He is sixth. Josh Lewis in a Lola T598 is seventh. Brent Gernert. Brent is in a Lola T90. He is 8th. Matt Kane and Steve Conson rounding out the top 10. And it sounded like, Brian, one of the machines that had an issue was Greg Miller, who's driving a 1985 Swift. And I believe he is coming down the pit lane right now. There is another car coming down the pit lane. And we're starting to see a number of our drivers come down the pit lane. Did we have a black flag?
Well, I'm not sure if they do things a little differently here when you have a double yellow. Rather than having them continue to go around, they just bring them down on pit road. That's what it looks like. I didn't see a black flag on.
I didn't see it. I didn't. Although I'm looking at the starter stand and they're not holding out. I see the double yellows in the starter's hand. I don't see it being displayed, and we have looks like almost the entire field now coming down the pit lane here and lining back up.
Some have gone over to their team, off to the driver's right of pit road, and then some of them are back in between there. And that actually may be the Grudovich machine that I'm seeing.
That's the Chevron that has been there for quite some time. But again, we heard that there was an issue with Greg Miller's Swift down in the carousel, and so that may be part of what's going on. We're trying to get a little bit more information there. But in the meantime, if you like what we've been doing here, if you like the commentary from Brian and I, if you like, more importantly than us, because you don't need us, we can just turn up the sound and you can watch the cars go around. Go ahead and give us a thumbs up. VRG would definitely appreciate it. And if you haven't done so already, go and subscribe to the Vintage Racer Group YouTube channel. It doesn't cost you anything. Doesn't cost us anything either. And go ahead and subscribe. That way we can tell you every time we go live. Also, if you didn't see it, if you go to VRG's YouTube channel, you'll see the live events coming up tomorrow and on Sunday. If you have a Google user account and you're logged into YouTube with a Gmail account, there'll be a little button there that you can say notify me, and we'll actually send you an email when we start our streams tomorrow and on Sunday mornings. Of course, tomorrow morning we are scheduled to start. Let's take a look. Tell you what, Spencer, I know we've been playing it during the breaks, but let's take a look at the schedule here. We don't have any times listed on it, of course, but tomorrow morning, our first race will start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We will be going live right at around between 8:25 and 8:30, and we're going to have 7 sprint races followed by 7 feature races. And then in the afternoon, then on Sunday, we're going to have 3 endurance races starting at 9 a.m. But, Brian, we've got cars heading back on course.
And we are green right away. Right
out of the gate, green flag. And so we are back to racing with a couple minutes remaining on the clock here. So I would anticipate our racers getting probably another 2 laps, Brian.
Yeah, I would venture to say with about 2.5 minutes, they'll probably get about 2 laps. We do have some pre-sip coming in too. So we may see a little bit of that, for the next group. Maybe we'll have to wait and see.
We knew that it was probably going to be raining here at Summit tomorrow. It originally forecast for not seeing rain until about 5 or 6 o'clock this evening, but we're starting to see it spit a little bit on the pavement, which may be what's causing some of the issues for these drivers.
Yeah, especially down on the backside of this racetrack that you talked about. So.
All right. Getting word now that Joe Blacker in the number 290 Lola is going to be working last lap, but starters have checkered flags in hand. And so basically, Brian, they got one final lap, just in time for some of their tires to cool down. And our leader is, I believe, coming up the hill out of turn 8. Brian should be coming under the bridge. What is a very large group here coming onto the front
He's got
straight.
A challenge for the overall lead here, Greg.
That's right.
Looks like it's going to drop back just a little bit, but we talked about the 13 or 16, whichever number you want to go by. His car number says 13, but timing and scoring says 16.
Yeah. And I think
Henry Payne.
And we'll take a look because I think we're showing as the number 13 machine, as you mentioned. What we have in timing is the number 14 machine.
Yeah, which is the crimson, which is a red color.
Red car, exactly.
That's John Thompson.
Right, John Thompson taking the win with Joe Blacker second.
Yeah,
Henry Payne finishing in third, all in their Lola T90s. Then Robert Dusek in his Duran finishing fourth, with Sam Payne finishing fifth, Brian Gurnett sixth, Josh Lewis seventh. And let's throw the timing up there. There you go. So everybody can see what I'm talking about, because I think we have the classes there as well. Matt Kane and then Nate Scagliano, and we didn't get a chance to talk about Nate in his Lola T90, but great group here. And we're going to have two more races from these drivers here this weekend. Two races we mentioned tomorrow, and then hopefully we'll see some during the endurance races on Sunday morning. All right, so let's take another quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. For those of you who've been waiting, and let's make another announcement for the grid. We have a huge Formula Ford field this weekend, Brian, in the Formula Ford Challenge Series across all three different classes in Formula Ford. And we'll have to see. They were originally supposed to split them up into two groups. We'll check that out in just a few moments. But let's make a final call to the grid. Attention in the paddock. Tension in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, the Phil Hill Cup Formula Ford Challenge Series, Group 7A. Please head to the grid. Race Group 7A, Phil Hill Cup Formula Ford Challenge Series racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments here from Summit Point Raceway. Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, and the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Motorsports Park. Of course, we want to give a big thank you to the Sports Car Club of America, the Washington, D.C. region of the Sports Car Club of America, for providing technical assistance here this weekend. And, Brian, we've got our last two races of the day heading out on track. This is the Phil Hill Cup, which is for the Formula Ford Challenge Series, and one of only two Americans to win the Formula One Drivers' Championship, and the first American to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Phil Hill, born in Miami but raised and lived in Santa Monica, California, all the way until he passed. Hill got his start at Jaguar in 1949 and then signed with Ferrari in 1956. Taking his first win at the 1960 Italian Grand Prix at Monza, the very last for a front-engine Formula One car. Hill would go on to win many more, culminating in the championship the following year after his teammate, who was the points leader, tragically passed with 2 races remaining in the season. And after Formula One, he took up sports cars, working with Ford and Jim Hall's Chaparral cars. Most notably, he drove a GT40 prototype at F1 weekends in 1967 to produce images and film for the movie Grand Prix. Hill has the distinction of winning both his first and his last motor races, with his final victory coming in 1967 behind the wheel of a Chaparral at Brands Hatch. Hill drove an experimental MG at the Bonneville Salt Flats, traveling 257 miles an hour, Brian. And following his retirement from racing, Hill opened an award-winning classic car restoration shop and was a commentator for ABC's Wide World of Sports. He wrote for Road and Track magazine and devoted his time to his vintage car collection. And, Brian, did you know that Phil Hill judged the Pebble Beach Concours more than anybody else, and in his last year there in 2007 was his 40th time judging that contest. Unfortunately, Phil passed away a year later in August 2008 as he was traveling to Pebble Beach for his 41st. In this group, we've got the Formula Ford Challenge Series, whose mission is to provide a sustainable, enjoyable, safety-oriented Formula Ford series in the eastern United States and Canada that rewards camaraderie, sportsmanship, and preservation of historic racing machinery and principles. The series has 3 different classes. We've got historic Formula Fords for the first-generation cars from 1967 to 72. We've got the post-1972 Club Fords for the second-generation cars. And then we've got the third generation or current day Formula Fords for cars that are raced after 1981, that they've used the front and rear inboard suspensions with the vertical dampers, not operated by bell cranks. We should also mention that although in current day club racing you may find what is now known as Formula F, with some Honda Fit powered chassis. All these cars out here today are Ford Kent powered. And we should mention that this is our A group right now, Brian, out on course. And we're going to have our B group out in just a little bit. Our first car, I think off the line, John Herron in his Hawk DL17. 1977 machine. He's in a Club Ford. And then we've got driving in one of the historic cars, Cal Trumbo in his Royale RP16 1972 chassis. Got a number of other drivers out here in Royales, Tygas, Melvins, as well. Probably not Melvins. Melvin, that's my that's my good friend Merlin's. I'm sorry, and some Crossleys as well. We'll talk a little bit more about that as they go out for this race.
Tell you what, you talked about Cal Trumbo, and I tell you what, he got a great start right off the thing. Again, drivers here starting to tiptoe a little bit. It is starting to sprinkle rain a little bit. Wasn't sure what to really expect as they all went down into turn one. But we'll see as they come out of turn 10 now. Unfortunately, you can't see it. They're going to come across your start-finish line now. There's your overall leader, and now you're going to drop back where we got a collection of cars going down in there into turn one. So, again, drivers trying to feel out what it's going to be, not really sure where the rain is heavier in some aspects of it. We got one car on pit road already who said, that's enough for me.
Yeah,
that's the 79 machine.
Yeah, the 79 heading back to the paddock now. That is Bernard Bradpiece. Yep. Did not complete a lap. So, Brian, I'm going to make a prediction here. And simply because of the change in weather, I'm predicting a run to the front of the field from 6th up to the lead for the number 77 Crossley. That is the 1976 Crossley 30F of Storm Field.
What a name.
Yes.
Gotta love the name.
Yeah, and a beautiful machine, blue with I believe some yellow stripes as well. Storm is now retired. He's up here from Boca Raton, Florida, so he knows everything about very, very short rainstorms, being from Boca Raton. But interesting about this car, he says it was only raced in Canada prior to his ownership. Raced in the Bulva Cup races and was also a front runner for several years before being traded in by his owner for a newer model. Sounds interesting. I won't say anything about that. But coming across the line with a huge advantage is Cal. Oh, and we're getting word from Jim Karamanis that it's actually Colby Trumbo. That's Cal's son that is driving the 248 machine. So thank you, Jim, for passing that along. Taras Polakowicz driving in the number 177 machine in the Royale RP3A. That is currently the third place car. Real good battle going on right now, Brian, although Trumbo has really stepped away from the rest of the field between Hearn, Polakowicz, Tom Venturino, Lee Odai as well here in this pack. And then let's add in Don Baggett in the 77 Merlin, who just ran the fastest lap of the race. He was almost 2 seconds faster than all of the cars ahead of him.
I'll tell you what, second through sixth, they are really nose to tail all the way through. So it looks like they're trying to work together here early on to try to go catch Colby Trumbo. I tell you what, that is going to be a run to the finish, as you talked about, as the rain is starting to pick up a little bit. I don't think the track is getting to the point where, it's getting slick, although I guarantee you all of those drivers in the car, so you wouldn't know you're not sitting in here. You're sitting inside, not out here in the car. So again, as the conditions start to change a little bit, we'll see how these cars react as fuel starts to burn off. And now, we talked about second through sixth. Now you got second, third, and fourth. They've pulled away from that fifth, sixth, and seventh. I actually throw it in eighth.
Yeah, and Brian, coming down the inside right now, that is the yellow machine of Tom Venturino. In the number 31 Royale. It's an 83 Royale RP31. Interesting notes with him is he said he basically said winning the Lime Rock Autocross competition 2 years in a row in a borrowed Formula Ford made him get the itch to do a real race. And he started building this car up after crewing for another Formula Ford driver who had enough spare parts for Tom to go and build up another car. And so, here you go. The car that just passed, I think, 2 cars on the front straight here. It's built of spare parts. And he said, deal was I get the car for free for a year to earn my competition license and see if I enjoy racing. And then if interested, I could buy the car for a good price. Only catch was the car needed to be built. And with his help and the help of friends and 600 hours of very loosely logged build time, they were able to hit the track. So good to see Tom out here this week, and it looks like he's got a great start to today's very first Phil Hill Cup race in the Formula 4 Challenge Series. And matter of fact, Tom crossing the line, he's now moved up to second, just turned the fastest lap of the race so far, and he was, Brian, about 1.5 seconds faster than Colby Trumbo ahead. So we'll see here. Now, again, Colby is in one of the historic Formula 4s for cars built from 67 to 72, what were the very first generation of Formula 4s. Tom in that Royale, a much more modern machine, much more modern suspension.
My wife's father drove one of these historic Fords growing up when they had them in the SCCA, and that is her claim to fame. She was a crew chief for her father, who drove one of these. So he spent the summers just traveling around in one of these. So good to see this many of these cars out here. You don't see that many of them out anymore, and so she loves this class.
Very, very cool. All right, so we should have that fight coming up to us here in just a few moments. But another battle a little bit further back, and we'll see if we can pick it up here just a little bit. I think is a battle for 12th right now between Ben Kula, Greg Kokelis, and Gary Rutherford. It sounds like we have a car that's possibly gone off track over at turn 5. It's actually now.
Come right to your camera.
Yeah, just before the turn 7 flag stand. We'll get the car number on that here in just a moment as he's now recovered. And that was Andrew Stein in his 1968 Merlin who spun the car down there. Sorry, Andrew, that we had to point you out like that. So he was 11th going through the carousel there. He's now going to be, a little bit further back than 11th, probably when he crosses the start-finish line. And he just now crosses the stripe here. And, he is now dropping considerably back in the field here down to, looks like, 17th.
He's continuing to drop.
He hasn't made it around yet, and I don't see him on the pit lane, Brian.
Yeah.
So he's working his way back. Yeah.
He's somewhere between.
Oh no, he is on the pit lane. Actually, Brian, he just was out of our view.
He's coming out. Yeah, he's coming right back out.
And looks like he's going to come and rejoin the fray. Good for him.
In of our overall leader.
Yep, in that blue with yellow. Blue with yellow, number 11, 1968 Merlin 11A.
And he actually has his rain light on, so he has it. Greg, we talked about the rain and what these guys, what these drivers are going through. Tell you what, our next group that comes out, I'm starting to see the track change color a little bit.
Yes.
Right? So it's, from the normal gray now getting into that black. Again, not enough for, rains at this point, but it could make the next race here a little bit more interesting as we see another one coming down pit road. So, again, probably, these cars get a little
the one advantage that these racers have is, again, since they're not racing on what we would consider to be modern-day slicks, these are treaded tires, Brian, and they do have the ability, especially right now where we've got very light rain coming down. It's more than a drizzle, but it's very light. They do have the ability to go and evacuate that water.
Correct.
And still have some grip here, which is a good thing.
Right.
As we're watching a battle go on right now, and I think it's Brian Kulig and Greg Kokelis that were just coming down into turn 3. And there they are. as looks like we've got another, well, we just had another condition change over at 5. As the 56 machine, I have them listed as the 56, and I'm wondering if that's actually the 561
right.
of Ian Frankenberger in his
Right.
Eldon Mark 10. I don't know what it is with blue and yellow cars here today, Brian, or at least in this group.
You have put the jinx on them.
I have.
You have.
So he's gotten the car back underway now, which is good. But a couple nice little fights, like I said, between Cool and Kokolas having some issues. It sounds like now the 561 car on the pit lane, having that car taken a look at. And we'll see if they continue.
Yeah, you get one. You get some of these, and they get a little spin in there. Next thing you know, you get rubber built up because you're off the racing line. Then you end up getting a vibration. You're not really sure.
All right, so let's take a look at this coming across the line right now, Brian. This is, we have it listed as the 5. This is Gary Rutherford in his 81 Van Diemen. Then Kokolas, and then Brian Kulig, who have all closed down. Kokolas and Kulig have picked up almost a second on Gary Rutherford that last time by. So great little fight. Kokolas and Rutherford both in Club Ford, both for those machines, the second generation machines from 1972 to 1981. And then Brian Kulig in his 85 Crossley in one of the modern day Formula Fords. But neat little battle going on between those 3 machines.
Coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3, give Kokolas, that's going to be 9th, and move Gary Rutherford back in that blue and yellow 5 machine, move him back down to 10th as Kokolas is able to make that transition.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Race Group 7B, Phil Hill Cup Formula Ford Challenge Series drivers. Race Group 7B, please head to the grid.
Yeah, we've got some of these cars, Greg, as the rain, as the weather's starting to pick up, you've got really coming through turn 3 now, really tiptoeing to try to get up that hill. And that, that's that off-camber turn, right? So, you get into these open wheel cars, even on a dry day sometimes. It's not very stable because that's pretty much one of the fastest parts of the track here for you.
Yeah, indeed. And what we're starting to see now also, because we've had a couple of cars go around at turn 5. Turn 5, one of the slowest corners here at Summit Point. But it is a very challenging corner, and typically our racers would be taking this entry as we watch. We'll see some cars come through here in a few moments, but we typically see them come down around the center of the track or thereabouts, Brian. What we're starting to see now is where more of these racers, they'll actually, as they come through the chute, the corner at the top of the hill there, they'll move the car almost all the way to driver's right, try and open up the bend into that corner there. And in doing that, it's going to put a lot less load on the tires as well. But if they enter that corner from maybe even a couple of feet off the apex, they're going to find a lot of marbles out there and not a lot of grip.
Yep. And now, especially as it starts raining, right? I mean, now you've still got the marbles there because the marbles aren't going to go away just because it's wet. That doesn't get washed off. But you add that into with the combination of being wet, you have a bigger problem.
All right, so let's take a look, and I'm going to want to see here. I believe coming through turn 5 right now, going into 6. The first group that we saw come through, and they're coming into the carousel here. We've got the red Ford Hawk. That's a Club Ford machine, and then driven by John Hearn. And then we've got Taras Poluskowitz in his 71 Royale. Two red Formula Fs in pretty close proximity right now. That is the battle for second, and then Tom Venturino, who had been up to second momentarily, as we've got a local caution now, Brian, over at the turn 7 flag stand, coming out of where our view here in the carousel. We'll see if we don't have our next camera in line up and running.
Right, but you can see the corner worker kind of waving to the car to get
so
going.
It's just past, and that is another area that is very, very slick because there's a little bit of a rise in the pavement.
Getting that corner.
All right, sounds like it was we'll get
Donald Baggett.
Yeah, it sounds like it was Don Baggett in the number 75 Merlin, one of our historic Ford drivers, the 1970 Mark 17 Merlin that went around, and he has continued. But that is a very challenging area, Brian, because you go from having all the weight on the left-hand side of the car then squares up, and then it's on the right-hand side of the car, as we're starting to get word from more cars having some challenges down there at the bottom of the course.
Turn 1 reported that the 7 of John Hearn completely spun, who was second overall.
Right.
So we'll have to see next time by, but he wasn't able to continue. But that car did spin in turn 1.
Yeah, so that will likely move Taras Poloskowicz and Tom Venturino up in the second and third, respectively. And we haven't said much about Colby Trumbo in the 248 Royale, currently leading this race.
Kind of checked out from the field.
Yeah, already about 6 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, there's your leader right there.
Yeah, our leader, the first car you just see in the blue number 248 machine. And indeed, Poluskowicz now only 3 seconds behind Trumbo. That last time by, Poluskowicz was he was about 1.8 seconds faster than Colby Trumbo. Tom Venturino is right there, but sounds as though I believe that we are working last lap now, Brian.
Yes.
For Colby Trumbo.
Yep. Next time by, he should be getting the checkered flag as they just now go up turn 3, headed down into turn 4. You'll see him come down through turn 5 here momentarily, but that will be his last corner. Our last lap through that corner. There he is there, going through turn 5, and you've got a little bit further gap back.
Yeah.
But you've got
that's a neat
Venturino and Odie right there. That's 3rd and 4th.
Yeah,
I believe.
Well, no, I think that's Poluskowicz in 2nd and Venturino in 3rd.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the battle for 3rd.
Okay, that's the 2nd and 3rd battle.
Right.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, probably battle for 2nd now, coming out of turn 7, and we'll catch them as they come onto the front straight here in just a few moments. But the 248 machine of Trumbo working his way up the hill and comes out of turn 10 now, all by himself as he's been, Brian, pretty much from the drop of the green flag. And coming across the line, taking the win in Group A here for the Phil Hill Cup is Colby Trumbo in his Royale RP16. Taras Poluskowicz holds off Tom Venturino. Poluskowicz finishing 2nd in historic Ford, 2nd overall. Tom Venturino will take the win in Formula Ford, with Lee Odie finishing in 4th overall in his 1978 Tiga. Odie will take the win in Club Ford. Storm Field, I guess my prediction, Brian, just did not hold true. Storm moved from 6th overall to 5th overall as he finishes just ahead of John Hearn, who was... Well, actually, before we say that, we're still waiting for Hearn to come around. And
I think here he comes now.
Yeah, I think Hearn is now coming out of turn 10, decides not to go down the pit lane on the very last lap.
Yeah.
And comes onto the front straight. And yeah, there you go. The number 7 machine, John Hearn, he will finish 3rd in Club Ford, 6th overall. Mike Spence comes across the line in 7th in his 1972 Crossley. Gary Rutherford in his 81 Van Diemen will finish 8th. Greg Kokolas will finish 9th in his PRS RH01. Brian Kulig will round out the top 10. All right, so Brian, we've got one more race today. We've got our second Phil Hill Cup race here in just a moment. But real quick, why don't we take a look again at our schedule coming up so everybody knows what we've got coming up here the rest of the weekend. Tomorrow, we've got a full day of racing ready for you. We're going to reverse the order. We're actually going to start off with the Phil Hill Cup, and we're going to put all 40 of our Phil Hill Cup Formula Ford drivers on track tomorrow in the wet, which is because it's supposed to rain almost all day tomorrow. They will be first up. We're going to have our sprint races out on track. These are going to be, I think, very much like today, about somewhere between 9 and 12 laps. for our racers. Then we will take a quick break for lunch. We'll come back with our feature races. They are scheduled for 40 minutes, so probably around 15, 16 laps, I would presume, maybe even a little bit longer. And then on Sunday, we go endurance racing. It's going to be a little bit shorter day. We're going to start also a little bit later in the morning. Tomorrow morning, we start at, I believe 8:30 in the morning. 8:30. It's an 8:30 start. On Sunday, it's a 9 a.m. start. And we're going to have 3 one-hour endurance races. So let's do this. Let's take another quick break. We're going to throw that schedule out. We're going to keep that schedule up for you. But we'll be back here in just a few moments with our final race of the afternoon. You're watching the 2024 Jefferson 500 presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Motorsports Park. right, and welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Motorsports Park for our final race of the day here for day number 1 of the Jefferson 500. This is our second Formula Ford race, Group B of the Phil Hill Cup. I'm not going to run down the whole Phil Hill exercise again here, but again, 3 different classes, historic Formula Fords for our first generation machines built from 1967, built and raced from 1967 to 72. We've got what are commonly known now as the Club Fords for the second generation cars for 1972 to 1981, and then the current Formula Ford machines, basically the machines that have vertical dampers and both and have inboard suspensions both on the front and the rear. Don't use the bell cranks. So let's go and take a look at some of the races. Going to give you the top 10 here. Starting 10th, driving the number 84 Club Ford Merlin Mark 30. It's Sam Ryan. We've got Dave Fairchild in the number 2 Zinc Z10. Then we've got Chris Fahan, and I know Chris from SCCA Club Racing. He's in a 1981 Van Diemen RF81. That's another Club Ford machine. He started 8th. In historic Ford, we've got Stefan Vappa. He's in a 1969 Macon MR7. Wayne Nicolette here today. Wayne is driving the number 12 Club Ford. He's got a Lola T340 representing Rack Engines and Exhibits.net. Joseph Griffin starting 5th. Joseph is driving the number 66 Formula Ford Reynard 83F. Then we've got Timothy Nichols. He's in a Hawk DL7. That's a Club Ford machine, as all of our remaining cars are. Timothy's starting 4th. Scott Fairchild in a Zinc Z10, starting 3rd. Stephen Adams in a Lola T540. That's a 1980 chassis. He starts 2nd. And Jake King in the Dominion Title Services Turf Trade Royale RP24 is your pole sitter. As the field, if our cameraman hadn't walked off the job, you'd see it. But the field now coming down the front straight, and green flag is in the air, and we are racing here once again at Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2024 Jefferson 500 as the field makes their way down to turn 1, Brian.
I tell you what, I feel like I'm watching the Indy 500 because they're all 3, 4, 5 wide, it seems like.
That's right.
Trying to get through there. It looks like Stephen Adams is going to get through. Then Jacob King is going to get through in the second. Jacob just didn't look like he got the start he wanted to, off there, so I think maybe he was not sure what the track conditions were going to be like.
Yeah, indeed. It looked like Stephen Adams got a much better jump in his T540 there, even as the green flag came out. But now they're still side by side coming through turn 3, 2 by 2, and coming down the chute into turn 5. Wow, we see some brake lockup, which is wet as the track has been. I didn't expect to see that there, as we see both Adams and King coming through turn 5 side by side.
I'll tell you what, they started to drop back a little bit. It looks like, we talked about Jacob King. Got a lot of experience here, has run quite a bit here. That's an old Joe Marcinski machine that I believe sold over to Jacob King. So, Jacob, again, getting through turn 3 just a little bit better than the Stephen Adams machine last time by. That actually helped him get, side by side to that through there. So as they get ready to come out and go across the start-finish line for our first lap, Jacob King's going to open up over the 59 there of Stephen Adams. Then you could throw in the 155 of Timothy Nichols. Then you've got Robert Dusek the third in the 23. But they are still going to go side by side as they head down into turn 1. That's the battle for second place. That's between Stephen Adams and Timothy Nichols. Again, Jacob King opening up by about, I'd say, 15 car lengths now, getting ready to come out of turn 2. Then you've got the Adams and the Nichols machine. Throw in Robert Dusek the third, Scott Fairchild. Throw in the 12, Wayne Nicolette. There's a driver that's got a lot of track time in that Club Ford here at Summit Point Motorsports Park is the 12 of Wayne Nicolette. That's going to be your top 6. Joseph Griffin and then Chris Fawn. That is 7th and 8th. But I tell you what, everybody seems to be nose and tail, again, tiptoeing through turns 5 and turn 6 through there. So it's kind of hard to see, with the rain going through coming down, Spencer, as we talked about that, I tell you what, you're really trying to make sure that, they get through this course for the next, 14 and a half minutes as they get going. So we're going to have to see, but as we complete lap 2 here, getting across the start-finish line, there you see Jacob King. He's really starting to open that up all the way through, through there as we go through. So
the 27 machine is definitely putting in a lot of work right now, and even despite the rain, it looked like it was paused for a minute right before the race started, but has obviously picked back up, as you can see, as he's coming up out of turn number 2. And even despite the rain, those people we've been seeing, especially in Group 7A, we've been seeing them tiptoeing up through corner number 2 into 3A and 3B, and despite that, he's still got a 15 car length advantage.
Yeah, I think you just make Greg fall over in his chair.
Oh my
you
God!
Think you're going to be
I'm
able
never
to
coming. I may not have a job tomorrow morning.
I know. I'm telling you what, we may throw Spencer full time. We're going to leave. We're actually going to leave his mic open because he picked that out, Greg. As Jacob King's starting to open this up a little bit more, you've still got the Adams and the Nichols. That side by side battle, just as Spencer was talking about, that's actually helping Jacob King get too far out.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
So good pickup there right off the bat.
Mm-hmm. And Greg shouldn't feel concerned about his job because I had to fire 2 of our camera workers today.
That's right.
So if I only have 6 cameras to worry about, maybe I can say some interesting things.
There you go. See?
Well, we'll see how many make it through the rest of the race here. I may lay off with 3 more, but
there may not be any cameramen. Spencer's going to fire them all.
That's right. All right, here we go as the rest of the field now comes across the start-finish line. Look at this. Still side by side. We've got Wayne Nicolette and Chris Fahan. Wayne in the yellow and blue Lola, and then the black Van Diemen as they go down to turn 1. Brian, when they cross the line, 3/1000ths of a second separating those drivers. They are currently battling it out for 7th. And, this... I always grew up thinking, well, vintage racing is just, a bunch of parade laps, Brian. I figure at the end of the day, hopefully, none of the 73 or 76 people will hear that. But this has been some amazing racing here today, and these guys are definitely pushing these cars to the limit in very, very difficult situations now with this rain coming down.
Yeah, I don't think they got that memo, Greg.
No,
we're the only
not.
ones that got that.
Now I may not be back tomorrow now that I said that.
I tell you what, guys, I was watching Scott Fairchild in the last lap. He was really sitting back in 5th place. Mm-hmm. He's now moved up to 2nd. So when we talked about Timothy Nichols and Steven Adams going side by side, pretty much the second half part of this racetrack, that helped Stephen Fairchild really move through, and he was able to get the draft. Again, this is the group that's going to have the draft. Look how much he's pulled away here.
That's right.
You see it going across the start-finish line. He's pulled away from Stephen Adams. Now throw in Robert Dusek. Timothy Nichols dropping back even further. He's all the way back to 5th.
Yeah, and so Fairchild there opening up a huge gap. Just reset fast lap. If you look, we'll see a change here in just a moment as Scott Fairchild that last time by was almost 0.3 of a second faster than Jake King had run on the previous lap. There you go, as our timing now updates for you. And Steven Adams, who again started off on the front row, it jumped out to an early start. He now finds himself in a pretty distant 3rd, and he's got a pretty good battle on his hands right now, Brian, with the Winkleman WDF2 of Robert Dusek and Tim Nichols behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even just watching them go up through turn 3A and B, it's fascinating because like we were talking about in the, I think it was 7A we just watched before this race, we watched them tiptoe up through 3 like I was talking about before, and they weren't even close to those rumble strips to hit that apex properly. Now we're watching them drift way farther out to actually hit that line appropriately. So that means that, and even while we were watching that happen in 3, I'm still seeing rain in the camera. So these guys are going all out.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, you're right. I mean, I think that the track is not really taking any water like it was there, for a while. It did get brighter out. Certain parts of this racetrack really isn't a heavy sprinkle, right, as Greg would call it. It's more of a mist every now and then. And so I think these guys have gotten the heat in the tires. They've got the heat in the brakes where now they can go a little bit harder. They can go a little bit longer, and their exit speed is a little bit faster Again, you've got to be careful on the rumble strips here, especially if they're wet all the way around. I don't think they're wet enough to make that much of a difference now that we've got some heat in these tires.
All right, so I've been watching Joe Griffin. He's in the red number 66 Reynard. Brian, he is currently running fourth and right back behind Steven Adams. Great run for him so far, and got into racing now. How many years ago? 35 years ago, Brian, as his wife gave him a 3-day Skip Barber racing school for his birthday. Happy birthday here. And this particular Reynard has been raced by Vivian Daly in 1983, won the Irish Formula Ford Championship, and therefore he calls the car the Beast.
The Beast. I call my cart the Beast. I call my cart the Beast, but that's for a whole different reason.
If his car's the Beast, is he the Beauty?
Maybe.
Maybe.
His wife thinks so if she gave him the Skip Barber driving school. So. We look at some of these battles, and I'll tell you what, guys, the battle really is for third place here. That is Steven Adams. Joseph Griffin now, throw him in there. Then you've got the, I believe that's the 10 there, a little bit further back going through. But, between Steven Adams, Joseph Griffin, Chris Vaughn, and Robert Dusick III, that's a pretty good battle. You're going to see them coming down into turn 5 right now. That's pretty much third all the way back through 7th position, almost 8th. So there you see coming out of turn 6 there. They'll be headed up through the carousel. They'll come up through turn 8, which you won't be able to see in turn 10. But I'll tell you what, that battle's continuing the entire race. So the last spot on the podium here in this last sprint race of the day, that is going to be a battle as they come out of turn 10, starting to head down through the cross the start-finish line. You'll pick up this battle as the heartbeat of our camera is really pounding. You can almost guarantee they're pounding as they head down into turn 1. You'll see they're going to be 3 wide coming right into your camera, right into your living room here. It's going to be a pretty good. I think you're still going to see Steven Adams hold on. We'll have to see as they come out of turn 2 whether or not he's able to hold that third position.
All right, Brian, real quick, let me hit the dulcet tones here. Real quick, for those of you that are here in the paddock, I know this is coming a little late, but Tom Cotter, Haggerty's barn find hunter, he's going to discuss America's greatest road trip, a 9,000-mile journey he recently drove from Key West to Dead Horse, Alaska. That is in the classroom. It is starting here in just a few moments. If you could please head over to the classroom. Going to be a very interesting talk with Tom Cotter, Haggerty's barn find hunter. Also, tonight at 6 p.m., over in the tech shed, we're going to once again have our rocker cover races. I know I've got good friend Roger Troxel is going to be bringing his rocker cover, a very heavy rocker cover, very much like a Pinewood Derby for adults, so don't want to miss that. But first, if you're here in the paddock, and I apologize for not getting this out, Tom Cotter is going to be talking about his the greatest road trip, a 9,000-mile journey from Key West to Dead Horse, Alaska. That's starting here in just a moment over in the classroom. So if you want to hear about Tom's journey, please head over to the classroom now.
Greg, as you were making that announcement, the 10 of Chris Vaughn, we were talking about him battling for that last spot on the podium. He has spun in turn 1, was able to continue, but he is dropping all the way back. Actually, he may not have continued, maybe sitting up there. We'll see if he's there, but he's dropped all the way back into 18th position. Now to see, getting some additional word what have happened back there. It looks like we have one maybe coming in down pit road here. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. That may be the 10 coming down pit road. I'm not seeing anything, so we'll see. See, maybe the call coming in is going to be some Maybe some contact there. We'll get more when we get more information across the radio. If we get any more, we'll pass that along. But gentlemen, I want to jump back here to the lead just now, coming out of turn 2 here momentarily. Our overall leader, Jacob King, in that number 27 Royale, and the 120 of Scott Fairchild.
Yes.
Looks like Jacob King got stuck in behind some traffic there. Looks like that's going to be the 22 of John Vidovich. Coming out of turn 10, that enabled Scott Fairchild to close that gap. It's only 1.7.
Oh, wow.
So we'll have to see, as it was up to almost 3.5 seconds, back down to 1.7 last time by. We'll see now that Jake is in some open air, per se, whether or not he's able to open that back up. There you see them going through now, coming out of turn 6, and they'll be heading up through the carousel turn 8 and up into turn 10. We'll see what that gap is next time by when they come down by the start-finish line. But like I said, it went from 3.5 seconds down to 1, so Jake may have been getting a little bottlenecked up there with Vidovich. And here they come. They're coming across the start-finish line now. And I tell you what, that gap is going to be even closer, Greg.
Yeah, it's only only
4/10. Actually,
yeah.
they're side by side now, headed down into turn 1. You can see that on your screen. Doesn't look like Fairchild's going to be able to make that move, or it looks like he is going to be able to make that pass over Jake King. So
Wow.
move Jake King right now back into second place. So looks like there may be a little bit of an issue with the 27 machine. Uh-oh.
All right, and we've got a car, Brian, off
We've
at
got
turn
a couple
1.
cars down there.
Yeah, a couple. One in the gravel trap, one smoking right there. We've got a local caution.
Oh, we have a. Looks like we may have had some contact down there. So
Yeah. All right, and Brian, we're going to be displaying the checkered flag a little bit early here. All right, so the checkered flag's going to come out a little bit early on this group. We had about 2 minutes remaining, I believe, and now all cars are going to get the checker here. And so taking the win is going to be the 120 of Scott Fairchild, who pulled out ahead of Jake King on the very last lap. Dave Fairchild coming out of turn 10 now. He is going to finish in third. Those are all Club 4. And let me change that. Steven Adams on the very last lap. He moves up to third in his Lola T540. Dave Fairchild will finish fourth in his Zinc. Those are all Club Fords. Stefan Vapo will finish fifth. He is your winner in Historic Fords with Steve Oseth. Great to see Steve out in his Merlin. Remember watching Steve for many years in Formula Ford here, or probably in Formula V here in the Washington, D.C. area. Wayne Nicolette will finish fourth in Club Ford, seventh overall. Steve Ficacci, the first of our modern Formula Fords, he will finish eighth in his Lola T640. Robert Dusek will finish ninth. Tom Nichols will round out your top 10. He's in the number 155 Hawk DL71. All right, so let's do this, Brian. Let's get ready to wrap things up over here. As we mentioned, we're going to be back bright and early tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning. We've got sprint races to start off the day. We're going to have our Formula Fords out here again, the Formula Ford Challenge Series. And then we will be stepping through the order. Sprint races in the morning, feature races all afternoon. But before we go, let me make a couple final calls here. Attention in the paddock, getting underway now. Tom Cotter, Haggerty's Barn Find Hunter. He's going to discuss the America's Greatest Road Trip, a 9,000-mile journey he recently drove from Key West, Florida to Dead Horse, Alaska. That is starting, it may have just started a few moments ago, in the classroom. And then again, the rocker cover races in the tech shed here tonight with adult drinks and appetizers for the racers and spectators, courtesy of VRG. That starts in the tech shed at 6 p.m. this evening. All right, so Brian, any thoughts here before we wrap things up for the night?
No, I tell you what. Excuse me, got me all choked up there.
I have that effect. Actually, I
just
think
'cause the racing
Spencer's
is over.
commentary has that effect.
I was choked
I have
up
been
there.
told.
Spencer just choked me up there. Got me all discombobulated. Another big word I'm not going to spell. I tell you what, again, first time here doing the Jefferson 500, for this group to see this on a Friday, to come out, great, fantastic racing, great cars. If you're in the area, excuse me, if you are in the area, you need to come see these cars. I know tomorrow's weather may be a little bit difficult because it's raining, but these cars are just fantastic to look at all across the board. Hundreds of cars here. Come out, watch these drivers race a pretty, grueling track probably tomorrow. And then Sunday the weather's going to break and get a little bit better for us. So, again, very excited to watch this tomorrow. Very excited to see, how that's going to happen tomorrow.
All right, so Brian, let's wrap things up here, and we'll be back tomorrow morning. Want to thank you, of course. Want to thank Spencer Gaynor here as well. Spencer, thank you very much.
No problem. Always a pleasure and a good time.
All right, and of course, want to thank all the fine people who watched us here this afternoon, and hope you'll join us tomorrow morning for more action from Summit Point Raceway, the 2024 edition of the Jefferson 500, presented by the Vintage Racer Group and Summit Point Motorsports Park. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Okay, leave it on that for about 15, 20 seconds. Oh, no, don't worry. And I forgot to mute myself, I think, which probably had.
No, it was muted, but what was happening was he was directing his voice
right at you, and
you were trying to overcome what I was talking.
Gotcha.
So he could do it. Okay, that's all. I just didn't want.
Dude, no problem. No problem.
I heard shit about the hole.
Yeah.
Yes.
The car in the green car rolled when it hit.
Yeah.
Hit the sand.
I saw him get out of the car, so I was like, it was okay. And he stumbled.
Why? Because he got strained.